on.
Good evening, guys. We have Gil on the panel as usual. Let's see who we got here. Yeah, I see on YouTube she popped in for a moment, and it's late there. It's after midnight, so she's tired. So she watched the replay, so I'm thankful for that. And we have GrayManPrepping in the house, and Feeling Clan Wolf. Good to see you again. And we have UK Urban Prepper, aka Mike. Good to see you again. Walt Rogers in the house. Dear Love Survival and PV. Good to see you. Yeah, and we have the Watchman. And Dear Love Survival as well. So
there we go.
And now we do like this, so PV can have the link there. So I hope everything will work for PV this time. He had some issues with his headphones last time. So
I just go with a simple earbud. I stick it in one ear so I hear everything, but I can hear everything else going on around me here as well.
Yeah.
Okay. His kids are still up.
Yeah, we'll join in 1 hour. Kids still up. No problem, Mike. I appreciate that.
Mike, there's this product out there. You can get it on Amazon called Children's Melatonin Gummies. So you give them to them about a half an hour before this starts. They're out cold by the time this starts, and they sleep through the night.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. We wait for PV pop in here.
Yeah.
I hope Guardian is still in the house as well.
Two of my grandsons, the two youngest ones, that's what they take is if somebody
speak and I shall arrive.
Hey. So if somebody gives them any bread or sugar after 6 o'clock, they're motoring around the house till almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah. I'll remove that one. Let's see if.
How we go, folks? You all right?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. So
I got test my new headphones out, make sure they work all right.
Now Dear Love popped up, but his device is not connected yet. So, and we have Shannon, KGB's Bible readings. Good to see you.
Yeah, I have that problem.
And there we have him.
There he is.
Hey,
I have a problem with the people from Canada when they come on my live streams. It sits forever trying to do it. We figured it must be the Canadian internet.
Yeah. Well, it's your suggestion again, PV. So I had to modify the title a little bit, actually. So, but it is the same. It was perhaps the real things that matter.
Yeah.
But
the real love festival, the real things, man.
Well, what I thought is there's so many, tangents you can fly off at, so many rabbit holes you can go down, so many bits of kit you can buy, and all this sort of thing. People can buy things unnecessarily and all this sort of thing. And let's take it back to the basics. For the people who have got all the gear out there, whatever, all the skills, whatever, focus on the essentials, focus on the basics, what really matters. Because prepping's all about building resilience for potential disruptions. Whether it's I don't know, natural disasters, economic instability, or anything else. You know, the key is to focus on what's essential, what's practical, what's sustainable, and what's in line with your specific needs in regards to that sort of situation. So that's the reason why, one of the reasons why I suggested it to you. And basically just to give people, you know, out there who's into preparedness or disasters or mitigation, whatever, some sort of, you know, come back down to earth, some sort of grounding, and let's go back to looking at the essentials and what really counts.
Yeah. Steve, of course, our trainers, he calls it, hey, folks, time for a reality check.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And, you know, I like calling it just, you know, get back to basics.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, but basically, I've always said this, you know, through training and teaching, all this sort of stuff, is you get the basics right, and, you know, you can almost never go wrong. You get the internal factors right first, get the basics right, and then the rest can follow on from there, and you can elaborate on it.
Yeah.
You miss the basics out, and, you know, it's like running. If you try running in bare feet versus a decent pair of training shoes.
Welcome to
whatever.
Butterflies. Good to see you, man.
So yeah, let's focus on what really matters. You know, the standard sort of priority things. Yeah, indoor, outdoor. If you're looking outdoor, you could simplify it down to, you know, shelter, fire, water, food. Or indoors, I would say, you know, number one priority. I look at this in two sort of ways. On one side of the fence, you've got the physical aspects of things. We can maybe talk about that in a minute. On the other side of the fence, you've got the material things, which are the essentials. So on the physical side, you're looking at the mental preparedness aspects of it, the mindset, the knowledge you accumulate, the community. And on the other side of the fence, you know, the things: water, food, shelter. I'd say security and mobility. So, you know, number one, water. You know, you literally cannot live with water. So, get your water storages, you know, in priority first of all. Because you literally, I think we alluded to this last week, you know, after 3 days, you're either going to be dead or severely on the way to that path. So, talking about water, you want, you know, basic elements of it, water storage, have some sort of, you know, really basic system of collecting water for a start off. You know, and then if you want to, once that's in place, you know, it could be jerry cans, it could be a tank, it could be one of those containers Gil was talking about last week. There were the robust containers with the mesh on the outside, or one like Daryl's showing us there, a good robust size water container with a decent lid on it that's not going to leak. Maybe it's got a tap on it, but yeah, he's got a tap on it like there. Something not too big that you can easily transport around and go to a water point if need be and top it up. Right, he's got a black one there. That's well, it looks like a petrol jerry can, but yeah, I suppose that's a water one.
Yeah.
And then if you want to elaborate on from there afterwards, once you've got that gear, then you can think about things like, you know, one step onwards. Water filtration, water purification, water sanitation, and then water collection and all this sort of stuff, you know. So, you know, this is what the crux of this sort of talks about, is the basics. And first on my list would be water on the physical aspects of it. You know, sorry, on the gear sort of side of it, get your water sort of house in order first.
Yeah, especially since froze. Especially if you water is, you know, the number one failure point of all preppers, because you can only live 3 days. The average person only survives 3 days without water. Granted, some people can go a little bit longer, some a little bit less, but average is 3 days without water. So yeah, you need to have water. Food, you can go the average is 3 weeks without food before you go away.
Yeah. Thinking about water is that it's thinking about water is that it's we said this last week as well. It's heavy. It takes a lot of volume up. So,
Hey, Guardian.
Guardian Prepping's here. How you doing, Guardian?
Hey, Guardian.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. How you doing?
There we go.
There
Nice
he
shoot.
is. I like your avatar there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's good to see you guys again. Just thought I'd drop in for a while. And yeah, I see that I've been a little bit of a lurker now and then, but I've just been really busy on my side. But it's good to be with you guys again.
Excellent.
Nice one, Shadow. Thanks for having us on the show again.
Yeah.
Yeah, good, Shadow. So, when it comes to water, it's not expensive to get, but like we said, it's heavy and it does take a lot of volume. So,
Yeah.
there is a way, ways around it. If you got a water source nearby, you can have some sort of collection thing set up, or have some sort of means to harvest that water if the time is neat. When time comes round to it, in terms of water filtration, water purification, water sterilization.
That's one of the things. Sterilization. That's one of the things you need to worry about. Whatever this water source is, you need to get it tested now when everything's good. You get one of those testing kits, so you test it as it goes along. It's like if all of a sudden has the bacteria and other crap in it, like someone died upstream and fell in the river or the creek or whatever it is, that may be something to you're gonna have to take extra steps then to purify it a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, have you guys heard that about this? The future war for water.
Oh yeah.
China.
Hey, Mark. Good to see you.
Mark, how you doing?
Yeah, so water is going to become a very, very important thing. I wish we could do something with water, with some gear, like PB was saying, it's very heavy. I wish we could sort of somehow shrink it down like you can with food. I mean, you can get food like tablet sizes now, just go like that.
Yeah, I freeze dry water. You just need to add water.
Hey, Chef, I was going to say
There
that.
goes Gil. Gil is going to get his can of freeze-dried water.
Here, I got the dehydrated water. This is really light.
Yeah.
There it is, dehydrated water.
Yeah, I got some of that. Oh, come back down. It keeps. Oh gosh, it's really light, isn't it?
So
Mike
You're pretty good at that, Dorilla.
Point here. Mike has a point here.
All jokes
If a
aside,
source
you're
is
not
good-
going anywhere without water.
If a source is good, never take it for granted. It will always be good, especially in SHTF.
Yeah.
yeah.
Even a water source that looks good, you need to treat it anyway because you don't know what's in it.
Yeah.
So you can get sick if the water looks clean and good, looks good.
Yeah.
No,
Make sure there's no dead rats in it, no dead bodies in it.
Yeah.
See, even
Make
though
sure the geese are flying over and pooping in it.
Yeah.
You can't see bacterial contaminants. You just can't,
No.
or chemical contaminants, or any kind of contaminant. It looks like nice, fresh, clean water. Sort of like what comes out of my tap around here, but I know what's in there.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a good point. What's up, by the way, Chef Tech? Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too.
See, even though it's an essential key resource, it's still one of the basics, and you can't, all the things we're going to sort of mention tonight. For anyone listening out there, is
Folk UK Prepper, good to see you.
We got a collection of basics, and again, going simplifying this down to sort of basic aspects of it. You don't single out one of these items, whether it be food, water, shelter, or whatever, and just focus on that completely, because all these sort of basic elements, you need them all together to work at the basic level to begin with anyway, so count them as sort of I don't know, like a chain, keep all the links in the chain at a basic level to start with, and then build them up from there. So, and water is just one aspect of it. Likewise, food and the timescales are slightly different. You know, so we're talking about 3 days of water, food up to 30 days, give or take, you know, depending on what situation you're in, what climate you're in, what events happen, what physical state you're in, etc., etc. But likewise with food, you know, keep it basic. And you know, there's lots of people out there who can probably, I don't know the stats, Shadow, but I can guess that the analytics tell you that a lot more people listen to this show afterwards or play it back and continually sort of download it, you know. So there'll be people out there searching for this sort of subject. And likewise, you know,
Club, good to see you.
If they're looking for the basic food aspect of it, then keep it simple. Start, you know, 3 days, 4 days, build up to a week, and so on and so on. 3 months, 2 weeks, depending on your scenario, obviously. But
yeah,
the basic rules never change. I mean, oxygen, water, food, and then shelter. I mean, the rule of threes or rule of sixes or whatever it is. Yeah, but you need water. You need food.
Rules of three.
Yeah, and then you need shelter. I mean, you can live on water and food, but if you have no shelter, depending on the environment you're in, I mean, everything becomes secondary after that. But you kind of need you need a lot of different things depending on your situation. But water and food are pretty much water's number one. I mean,
this is why a 72-hour kit for me is valuable. People say, "Oh, why do you need a bug-out bag?" Blah blah blah. Well, first 72 hours. Again, we're talking the 3 days. You know, if you can survive the first 3 days, you're doing very well. And then,
see, I'll put the way I look at things is terms of mobility. You know, when you're looking at mobility, it's the ability to evacuate, bug out, etc. And then in context of bugging out, you've got these categories within that. So again, water, shelter, security, etc. But you know, these when we mention priorities to people, these things don't necessarily you know, they can fluctuate. You know, in the outdoors, shelter can be you know, almost the immediate priority aside from water when it comes to it. If you're in the, you know, in cold, wet, windy conditions outdoors, you could literally die in 3 hours.
Yes.
So water then becomes like a secondary priority over the ability to make shelter. So you know, lay these sorts of foundations for people out there to transpose them onto various aspects of their situation.
Yeah.
So I'm going to absolutely add on to that with what you're saying, because I think that's, you know, without it, it's the essence of life in general, right? Like without it, you really have nothing. But I'm going to, you know, maybe it's a bit polarizing to a degree, but time as a resource is actually one thing that really does matter, and a lot comes down to time, timing within your preps, timing that understanding how long you have before things get really out of hand in various different situations, and how those situations specifically impact the situations. I think for the most part, so not only time, but luck. Whether, you know, some people will call it luck, some people will lean on, you know, faith as well. But that is something that people don't, I guess, really put into perspective as often as they should when it comes to, you know, your real survival rate. Time is such an important thing. And then not only time, but the combination of time and either luck or your faith. Sometimes in the darkest hours, right, people will always turn to, you know, faith and cling to any faith that they have. And, you know, even with people that are agnostic, whether they want to, you know, believe in luck, whatever keeps the person's morale up, and that like spirit to just keep pushing through. And so, just time and luck, I guess, are really big things. But with water, that's one of those things that so many people have passed away, unfortunately, due to the lack of clean water as well. So, yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Well said, PV.
And UK Urban Prepper, aka Mike, he has another point here. Your own personal security is a big priority. If you're not in a safe situation, you're not gathering any supplies, etc. And I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, so I'd tag that under security, another sort of basic building block of this journey up the pyramid of prepping. And all these things have got many strands to them. So security, you're talking about situational awareness, defense, early warning systems, the ability to, as a group, defend yourselves, or individually as a group to defend yourself. Hey Bob, how you doing?
Hey Bob, good to see you.
And that can be overlaid into mobility and bugging out as well. If you're bugging out or evacuating, you're then out of your stronghold,
Hey Scottish Prepper,
your location. So then you're becoming more vulnerable. So the security will go up the priority list again. So going back to food, if people are looking at the basics of food, then it can be as with everything, as elaborate as possible, as simple as you like, but keeping it basic. The old adage that we all know, store what you eat is a good beginner, and then have a variety of sort of foodstuffs. You can start with cans. They're quite easy and cheap to obtain, robust as well. You got to fit it to your own situation, really. So whatever we mention here in the context of SHTF and disaster prepping and all that sort of stuff, people have got to overlay it and transpose it to their own situation.
Yeah.
Every situation is going to differ. I mean, basically, if you're starting to just do stuff, go with what you're comfortable in right now. Like, what situation am I in now? Okay, I'm in a house. I'm in the burbs. I have a lawn. I have a fence, stuff like that. Okay, what can I do here to, just in case there's a power failure or something for 3, 4, 5, 8 days, big storm, something like that. What do I have here? Start there. And then start to venture into, if something like a fire comes ripping through and I know it's coming, where do I go? What do I do? What do I have? How do I get it there? Then you work into that. I mean, you can't just jump into everything all at once and not know how to swim. You got to start slow, start figuring out. Give me 3 days. Okay, in this situation, and in the situation you think might change, or if this happens, I'm going to go here to a friend's property or my other property or somewhere that's where bug out. Oh my God, we're all going to bug out. I'm not bugging anywhere right now. And I got what I got here. I know what I need. I know what I have. And then if something should change, I also know what I need to grab, what things I may have stored somewhere else. And I can do that and drastically change whatever is going on in my life to be for the needs that I now have. So if you can't adapt to your needs on the fly, that's its own issue right there. I mean, you got to be able to adapt quickly if need be to changes. And that's where it takes years and years. I mean, I've been not prepping, but technically, sure, probably for 20, 30 years now. I've always had thoughts in my head and things, and I've always played with stuff, practiced making stuff, water rain barrel system. I made one. It was great. 855-gallon drums worked great for 3 years. And then it started to fall apart. I just took it down. I haven't put it back up. I don't need it, but you know what? I know how to make one. I have all the supplies I need. So it's not a huge necessity right now. It's not high on my priority list to just to have, but it's there. It would take me probably an hour to get it set back up again if I knew a rainstorm was coming and get my water filled back up. So, I mean, it's everybody thinks like, oh, I got to be a prepper. I'm going to go out and buy stuff right now and do all this stuff, a million things on a list that you got to get done today. It doesn't work like that. And it'll never work. So, sorry, I had to rant there.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Lily's got a good idea. Make relationships with people you can barter with. It's what I'm doing. Lots stored at the farm.
I think
not even barter. I mean, just make relationships with people are like-minded, where if something happens, you got each other's back. I mean, shit, Bob's got his one set of neighbors there. I mean, he knows they got his back. He doesn't have their back. They definitely got his back.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, what's up, Bob?
Hey, Bob, they got your back, right?
And there's always a cat to eat walking around somewhere.
Yeah.
I just want to say something quickly as well. It's been something that's been, definitely on my mind for a long time within preparedness as well. And you brought it to light. If we look at adaptation and how we need to be capable of adapting to different scenarios, I think that there's nothing like really more important than that capability as well. If you really look at like how nature survives, nature will always kind of adapt to its surroundings as much as possible, and it'll always keep itself like, you know, alive because of that. It's got that life force, and no matter what happens, nature will always adapt. And I think that we can learn a lot from nature as we do through technology. And I think that if we look and understand the way that nature works and really try and, you know, live in synchronicity with it, we can definitely gauge a lot from the capability to adapt. That's such an important thing to be able to do. Yeah, I agree.
You know,
I need to jump out. My screen turned black so I can see myself.
No problem, Shadow. We'll give you a second.
Be back.
Hey, Shadow, before you jump out, just go down to settings. And under settings, when you click on settings down below there, try go over where it should come up on camera automatically. Change the definition of the camera first, see if it'll allow you to change it. Sometimes that'll kick you back in. There we go. You moved. I see you moving now.
There we go. That's it.
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. One of the things I think that I think is most important in the basics is a notebook. The reason why is, you're just starting out. Okay, write down what you have. Write down on another page what are the events that can happen in your area, that do happen in your area, that happen often, that can happen in your area but don't happen very often. You know, make a list of those. And then, you know, once you have the list of what you have as far as food-wise, gear, and events and stuff you may have to be planning for, then start upping it a little bit. Okay, I got 15 days of food in the house and the pantry and everything. I may need to bump that up to, you know, another week. And then after you have that, then you bump something else up. But one step at a time. But first, write down what you have so you know what you have, so you don't buy something you don't need.
One of the things,
Hey, good to see you.
One of the things that Mark brought up, one of the key, it's quite a key thing he indicated there, was the fact that I think you initially said there, Mark, know what threats you are going to be faced with to begin with, which will avoid people flying off at different tangents. Mm-hmm. So, you know, so if someone is in a flood zone and that is their main threat, you know, that is your immediate priority, is to focus on preparing for that as a priority. And then you could sort of have secondary preparations for other events and disasters.
Yeah, it's like a constantly evolving situation awareness. You got to keep going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you could, but if you keep, you know, aside from that, if you're faced with multiple threats, from a security aspect to
weather,
weather, etc., and people are sort of, you know, their head's starting to spin, thinking, you know, how would I prep for all these things? Go back to the core things that we just mentioned there: water, food, shelter, security. And you literally can mold each one and escalate one and get more of another, and so on, continually mold it to adapt to the most immediate priority or emerging threat that's on the horizon, so to speak.
Watchmen, that was the topic either last week or the week before on my Survival Saturday in the evening.
Can I quickly, because I love this topic, I mean, anything regarding like extraterrestrial, cryptids, stuff like that, like I really, really enjoy it, right? And I'm very realistic when it comes to it. I mean, I genuinely do not believe in poltergeists and ghosts in general. I've never thought that was real. I think that that's a bunch of, you know, boggy wash, if you want to call it that. But aliens specifically, if aliens attack and they had the capacity to travel from wherever they were from to Earth, we have no chance. Like, if we're not capable of kind of reaching and colonizing just the closest planet to us, and aliens have traveled from a planet that is guaranteed so far away that we haven't been able to detect it with our like extremely advanced telescopes and satellites, you know, that are out there busy kind of gauging over the whole world and universe itself, I think it's like impossible for us to even stand a chance. I think that they could be here all the time, but if they're capable of that level of travel, they absolutely have stealth technology, because we're basically on the edge of stealth technology and we can't even be interstellar yet. So I think when it comes down to it, we need to be realistic. If aliens are around, we have no chance whatsoever.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
what's
well,
interesting on this is that, you know, the aliens, when I was talking about on mine the other night, we covered aliens from out there, like ET, flown home, and aliens from across the border that are here illegally. And so we covered it. We covered everything. So you got aliens is anyone that's not from where you're at, whether they're another planet or another country. And it's you know, aliens are aliens. They're not. Yeah.
There you go.
That is such a
Whoa,
Yeah,
I'm an alien. I'm an
Freeze dried
illegal
pineapple.
alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Sting.
Yeah,
So
I
for
agree.
those people, oh, go ahead.
I agree with that shifty South African. I'll say it 100,000 times. You have more to worry about from some person within walking distance of your own home than anything else.
Yeah.
I'm done. Focus
Also,
on that.
on many of these alien abductions, alleged abductions or whatever, many of them say that when they mention the name Jesus, the alien fled. I believe aliens, personally, this is what I believe. The aliens are demons.
Yeah, fallen angels, demons.
Fallen angels, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
we're,
but I mean,
we're on
like
the
real
same. I'm on a
aliens,
page with you there, but yeah. So going
And
back.
the thing is, places like Area 51, you've got a guy called Jack Parsons who did what you call a ritual called Babylon Rising. And the people that were there with him, all the scientists, you remember they got all the gadgets, all these machinery, whatever, electric, picking up electric, detecting whatever's around. Anyway, they reckon that Jack Parsons opened up a hole in time and space, and that's when things started flying through. And apparently, the guy that opened up this hole is supposed to be able to. The guy that opened the hole is supposed
Hey,
to
Taylor,
close the hole.
good to see you,
but
man.
Jack Parsons died before he closed the hole. So, you know, just be aware. Like, you know, we've got this. Like Jill said as well. We've got aliens from other countries. I was thinking about this as well. Is this fake alien invasion? Is it anything to do with the invasion of certain countries? You know, is that part of that, a fake alien invasion? Then we hear things like it's a big subject. Then we hear things like how, you know, people have seen spacecrafts, but actually then they find out the American government has got patent. What would you call it when you copyright something? Patent.
Oh yeah, patent. Yeah, patent infringements or patents on stuff that you can't see. Sure. Yep.
Yeah. So there's people that seen sort of triangular spaceships, then gone and found out it's actually an American patent. So, you know, even Hitler was interested in things like Vimanas. I'm sure Guardian Prepper knows about this kind of stuff. Vimanas of India. So, hello, Bob's got some food out, munchies.
Yeah, freeze-dried pineapple. Good stuff. I make it myself.
That's for this little bag in case the radicals use fire again in my area like they've done before. Wife and I can strap one of these little bags on with some dried fruit and stuff like that. I'm just sampling. So, but food, water, strap that on and bolt.
Bob has a strap on.
That's a good idea. Since we're talking about basics, and
wait, hang on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna throw a skunk in that freaking raccoon's kitchen. You're gonna get one there, Chef.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a strap on hanging on your hanger there.
Oh, you freaking. Oh,
you're supposed to fix for them words, Shadow. Beep. Oh, it's a bit late. I'm a bit late.
Skunk coming your way.
I have to go with someone else's reasoning as far as outer space aliens, and we can get back to the basic thing here. If they have the technology to come hundreds of thousands of light years quick, and and survive through all the things in space, all the cosmic rays, all the gamma rays, all the other particles and stuff out there, what chance do we have to deal with them?
None.
We have very little
Exactly.
None
Chance to
Zero.
survive that.
None.
chance to
Zero.
survive that.
Zero.
Yeah. The only chance we have is Mother Nature is going to give them all a cold, and they don't have the immunity for it.
Or
that's the only chance we have.
Or we do what the Japanese bees do to the hornets. They surround the scout hornet and they burn him to death with their body heat. So if anyone sees an alien, just jump on it and surround it with the whole 500 in the community. And you'll try it, okay? Job done.
Hey, that alien might like that.
You might call his friends up and say, "Hey, free hugs on Earth."
Oh God.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
you know about the Hornets. The Hornets, they send out scouts, and the reason why I'm mentioning Hornets is I'm saying if these aliens are like we're the bees and they're aliens, and we show them to our house, we're all finished, because like you're saying about the technology they may have, but they're not. They're just demons. They're fallen angels.
They're all sitting back there in their spaceships watching the second season of Woke Earth and eating their popcorn, going, "Oh, this one ought to be great. Let's see what happens this year."
You see, we're falling victim here to a classic example of what other preppers do. Is it get back to basics?
Yeah.
Regardless of.
So I was going to go there a minute ago. So
aliens are a threat. It all comes back to: have you got the ability to survive for 3 days of water, 30 days of food?
Can you survive it? And that's going to be an on the go. Change your plans every nanosecond because you have no idea. You could think about a million scenarios with that type of thing, but you're not going to know until it actually happens. But you got to be willing and able to adapt on the fly right away and figure it out as you go. Because if you can't, you're done.
Yeah.
So we can also segue. Yeah, we can also segue directly from like a more realistic kind of scenario to the aliens would also be, and it's right around the corner. If people are blind to it, then like it actually infuriates me. Like there's people that don't realize how close we are to a potential like AGR technology, where if there are parts of AI already that, and I know that a lot of people say that we're far off in that, but if you look at like some of the most interesting technology and you go down the rabbit holes of like the most recent stuff within the last like couple of weeks, 2 months, and you understand like how dangerous that could be for our civilization. If AI in any way is able to gain any sort of sentience, it would absolutely go for us for our Achilles heel. And our Achilles heel at the moment is that we're extremely reliant internet and banking, and if you take everybody's banking capability away, it's very easy to like think about and not really actually like realize how bad that is. Even our local bank here about 2 weeks ago went down for a day or two, and the amount of like just from a day or two, and it's only one bank that went down. If AI is able to like completely delete our capability to be online, to do banking, to get petrol from the petrol station, emergency vehicles can't get it. Go ahead, Bob. I thought you had something that you want to add as well.
I do. A real life situation. Yesterday, my wife came home from work, and there's different programs that doctors, nurses, physical therapists, pharmacists can all network together. It's a closed system just for them. The whole system was shut down yesterday. Just yesterday.
Happened to my wife too on Tuesday at her hospital.
Really?
Yeah, all the computers randomly. Mm-hmm. Even the standalones would come up with a screen that would start screaming at you with this high-pitched scream, and then it would say, you've been whatever hacked. Call Microsoft now, and a phone number popped up, and one of her nurses actually started calling the number. She ripped the phone out of her hand, slammed it down, and just yanked the plug on her computer and said, "What are you doing?" Well, it said call Microsoft. It's like, that's why we're in the crap we're in, because of people like you. And called IT. IT just came and took the hard drive out and redid it and put it back in. But then other computers, because it got into the network. Shocker.
I agree with the Guardian. Our systems, like your bank, went down. And right here, just yesterday, our entire one of the main programs for medical communication was shut down. Now, that wasn't done by somebody here in the States. It's mostly like by one of the call centers in North Korea, China, India, one of our enemy. Someplace
quickly
like
before we move on, and I'll give everybody else obviously like the floor as well now. I just wanted to say one more, like, if And it's something that we've got to just realize that and kind of prevent ourselves from being as reliant as we are right now. That's the whole thing, right? Whatever way we can, be much more self-reliant and live in certain ways, like try and test yourself and maybe your family as well with like, you know, just certain supplies, limiting certain supplies occasionally. I'm not saying like for longer periods. Obviously, if you've got kids, you can't do it. But I mean, like in a lot of different ways, just being able to learn to be more adaptable. Again, with Chef Tech's adaptable comment, it's brilliantly said. I mean, the capability to adapt has to be paramount.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mike says in that AI scenario, we will end up EMPing ourselves just to win.
Yeah.
Stepping back to where I was going about, I don't know, 8 topics ago. If you're like just getting started, you're just starting to watch this, whatever, and you want to be a prepper. I want to be prepared, not a prepper, but I want to be prepared. So do this one simple thing. If you've never been camping before, pack the car up, pack the kids up, or just yourself, and go find a campground for a weekend or 4 or 5 days. Camp and do whatever you want to do. But when you get back, make a list of all the things, all the crap you brought with you that you didn't use or didn't need. And then go camping again and bring less. And eventually you're going to realize you can go camping with a small backpack if you're just going to a campground with a tent, a sleeping bag, you know where there's water there and stuff like that. Okay. You can get the water, bring some dried food or something and go from there. But start just, if you don't know what you're doing, start with the simple fact you don't know what you're doing. So go try it. Yeah. Go play. You're not going to grab a Bowie knife or whatever and a backpack with nothing in it and run into the woods and survive.
I would start simpler than that. Spend the night in the backyard.
Well, it's the same thing, but don't go out there with nothing. Go out there with stuff and then see what you didn't use and then work your way down. Yeah. Don't try to work your way up because you just
not only that, Mark, find out what you should have taken.
Yeah. Yes, I was gonna add to that as well, Gil. Exactly. Yeah, good to see you, Hook. Welcome in. I definitely was going to add to that as well. Because if you add the both in as well, what you kind of had that you really didn't need, that is just basically adding extra weight on you, and you're capable of having a lot less. But then also there will be a couple of things as you move forward as well, as Gil's saying, that you realize that you just needed, that you didn't have, and it's sometimes the most basic things. I also quickly want to go through a system. Take 10 seconds. But analyze from head to toe what you would use in a medical situation and realize even things that would unblock your ears, things for nasal, everywhere throughout your body, through each of the members of your community group, and understand what you're lacking when it comes to any medical supplies and things like that over long term. I could even mention things that are, a lot of preppers don't speak about these type of things, but regular things that people just don't have. That people will, embarrassing type of topics like creams and stuff and that type of thing that in a real stickler in an emergency situation, even things like baby powder for feet when you're walking really far. It's just those type of things that people kind of neglect. There it is. Well done. That is so important to have to realize.
Yeah.
I wanted to
pain will hold you down.
I wanted to bounce off of what Gil said a little while ago about a notebook. Every time we have a power failure here, I find something to keep myself occupied, and I take notes, what I will change and what I will do better next time. Guys, it's a valuable, and act on it. Don't just take notes and sit around and do nothing. Make improvements, just like what Chef was saying. Go out, camp out, whatever you got to do, test it out. Yeah, good enough.
I want to ask all of you a question. You guys can give me your responses. Would you believe in rather having a sealed notepad that is regular notepad, like in 2 or 3 of them, or having waterproof notepads? Are you guys equipping those? Because I know that there are waterproof notepads. Is that something that you've utilized before that you would recommend to others?
Even if you haven't, if you've got, like we were saying, keeping it basic, even a normal basic notebook will do.
Well, my preference.
Just keep it in a plastic bag, so if it rains, it doesn't get wet and ruin your pages.
But I do have write in the rain paper myself personally. But on an everyday carry, I have just a normal notepad.
Yeah.
If you're in doubt, just do what Bob does. Go and buy a box of medical stuff, and just go and give it to your local church.
Yep, I'm going to do that again next month. Yeah, I'm going to do that until every church in my town has got a medical kit in it, and I'm not going to stop until I get them stopped.
you know.
Yeah.
And then go back and check on it in like a month or two and say, hey, I just want to make sure you still got it and everything's still there. And somebody didn't lift it and take it home with them.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, delicious.
Freeze dried pineapple is good. It's crunchy and then it sticks to your teeth. So yeah.
Yeah.
I can ask PB. It's like, I know there's nothing like water, but in an emergency situation, is there anything out there that can quench our thirst? For example, you have water in tins. You know, do you chuck the water away or is it drinkable?
Right. So there is an old Indian trick where they used to suck stones to keep themselves mentally sort of going over long, arduous distances. But any water is processable in some way, shape, or form. Yeah. Whether you evaporate it and recondense it, you ultra filtrate it, you chemically treat it, sterilize it, whatever, you know, boil it, whatever. It's in some way, shape, or form. Most of the time, water is going to be, you know, potable and drinkable to some extent. So,
sorry,
you know, if you are if you are living next to a water source, or you've got the ability to process it, even seawater, you know, you can get equipment that will process and make that potable. You just got to, you know, choose the right type. I would obviously not, for instance, buy a reverse osmosis machine to start processing rainwater or lake water, for instance, because you're just paying well over the odds for it.
You can build a quick distiller really quick, even if you just have an open pot of boiling water and you have a plastic tarp over it running downhill. So as the steam goes up, it condenses on the tarp and drips down into another pot. So you just, I mean, that's the easiest of distilling, open distilling on water, is to do that. Or you can buy a full distiller and do all that stuff, but that's just more equipment. But you can distill water in the wild just with a clear plastic sheet in the morning. Just lay it at an angle and put your different angles in it, so that as the water collects on it from the morning dew, and it's just distilling it out of the ground, drips down into a pot. You may not get more than a half a cup, but you got some water.
Yeah, there's even ways to add to that. So you're going to take like something like clothy material, wrap it around your feet, like near your shins, and then you're going to walk through fields like where there's long grass after the mist in the evening, and you can just go through and you pour that into your bottle. You can also obviously use a regular bottle, and you just use that method where you tie plastic bags around the end of trees. You must make sure that the trees are perfectly non-toxic, and then you tie those plastic bags, and then throughout the day you just gather water through that. Those two methods are brilliant, and what you're saying is right. Yeah, early morning mist and dew is fantastic to be able to gather.
There's another,
and a soda still too, like the basic
another way that I learned was you just dig a hole in the ground, put a sheet of plastic over it, and a pebble in the center with a cup underneath it, and the moisture coming out of the ground gathers and drops into the little cup inside a hole. You might get more than a cup half a day, but you're getting water and it's filtered.
What I want to recommend to people is they actually make solar stills. You're speaking about a solar still, and I really strong. Yeah, solar still. There we go. UK Urban's got it. So what I really strongly recommend for people to do is actually go out and make them, practice them, and you'll see how easy it is to F it up, because it's easy to fail a solar still. Try it in different methods until you've got a reliable way, and then keep with that.
Yeah, go on your, even if you live in like an apartment, which you could play with it. I wouldn't suggest drinking the water, because now I got sirens and birds next to me here. Most apartments in that, you don't want to drink anything that came out of the grass, because they pollute it with all kinds of stuff. But you can practice doing it. Just take a small sheet of plastic and lay it out there, and put a cup there, and underneath put a pebble in the middle, and see what happens. At least you can look at it and go, oh crap, it does work. Now it's stuck in your mind, and you can refer to that little bit of reference material if need be at some point. But at least you've tried it, played with it. That's why I did my rain barrels and stuff. I do lots of stuff, but I don't always keep it going. I'm like, okay, I did that. I know how to do it. I'm good. I don't need it right now, but at least I know how to do it now. I built a skill. There you go, Gil. I learned a new skill. I don't use it all day long. I file it away for future reference.
That's one of the first skills we were taught in Boy Scouts, was dig a hole, taper it try to get about 45-degree angle, taper it back, put your can in the bottom of it.
Yep.
A small rock pebble on a piece of plastic. And generally what we went to like the hardware store and we got the cheap drop plastic for painters, cheap stuff. And you put that on there, you will get more water during the daytime than you will at night. That's one of the things they were teaching us. Oh, to do it at night, go do it during the daytime too. Because it acts as a magnifier then against the soil and heats the soil so the moisture comes out of it and condenses and goes down.
And if we're all going to start worrying about microplastics, it's like, you know what? You need water. We've consumed enough microplastic in our life. I don't think that little bit you're getting from rainwater to keep you alive is really going to make an anthills of difference in your life if you're using a piece of plastic. So I'm not even going there.
Chef, I'll answer that. I look at people who say things like that. Oh, the little micro, mini, tiny particle. That's someone who's figuring out a way how not to do something.
Hey, Guardian, I've got a question for you. In South Africa, you've got these trees that you dig down into the roots and you find a kind of a fat thing with water in it. Have you seen those trees?
Yeah, some of the coral trees, in fact, do it. Bioaccumulators, for the most part. A lot of those type of trees, and there's specific ones throughout the desert, also in the Namibia region, which is obviously northwest of South Africa. But yeah, it's definitely something that helps the indigenous people quite a lot. And the Khoisan people specifically used a large amount of different methods of surviving in the country. And that's what everybody should do in their own country as well, is look at the way that the primitive people used to live and the way that they used to live off the land. And there's so much that we've lost over time through, people used to hand down knowledge and information through the generations, but they just don't do that anymore. People don't learn from their grandparents because they don't listen to their grandparents anymore.
Whole armies in the desert couldn't defeat another army because of water. I mean, you look at Aborigines, they could be in the middle of nowhere and they just say, come here, and then just go into this place, a little valley, and just lift up a rock. And then there's a little bit of water in there, a little hole. So having knowledge, water, and how to get it is going to be very, very important. There was an army the Romans couldn't defeat. I believe it was a Muslim army in the desert. They couldn't defeat them because they couldn't supply their army with water. But the locals who lived in the desert, they knew where the water was, and they held out because of the fact that they had water. So water, in some situations, could defeat an army.
Yeah, one of the interesting things here in America, I grew up during my high school years in Arizona on the North Rim of Grand Canyon, right next to the Navajo Indian Reservation. Those guys would do, we're out there 120 degree in the sun. We're out there just dying, and they go walking out to a little draw. And they go, oh, there's water here. And we're all looking, what are you talking about? They kick some of the rocks away, pull out, go over, cut off a piece of cat willow that was all dried out there. And they cut it, and they take another stick and make sure all the things in the middle are broken out. So basically it's a tube. And they stick there and they go like this. They drill it down into the ground, pull it out a couple times. Also, water comes out.
Lovely.
Water in the desert is sometimes just below the surface, especially if it's in a draw where a creek runs through during the rain, and it kind of just sits in a bowl there. And so, you can find it, a couple feet down, you got water, but you got to know how to do it.
Yeah, the tree that I'm actually very impressed with your knowledge, with your general knowledge, Daria Love, on a lot of topics that come up. You always seem to know at the drop of a hat information as well that a lot of people aren't really privy to. But I've put in on the side chat a bit more about the baobab tree as well. That's
the one. That's the tree, and it's got like a fat bulb, and literally it's got water in it. So you could grab a couple of those.
And then the other one here,
I couldn't remember the name of the tree, but he just mentioned it, Bob. I couldn't remember because it was
baobab.
Yeah. The other one here in the United States is the cactus. some of the cactuses, especially the barrel cactus, they're loaded with water. It tastes funky, but it's loaded with water.
You see, this to most people is not basics. It's an elaboration of skills. You can't expect a family of 4 to just suddenly realize, to start going out and harvesting water from trees. Their best bet is to go down to the store now or tomorrow, buy 6 or 7 5-litre containers of water, and that's the starting point. Or get some cheap jerry cans, water jerry cans, and just fill them from the tap.
Yeah.
Job done, finished, basic. And that's, you can quite easily get your water supply needs covered within a day, and that will last, for a duration of 5 or 6 days, relatively easily, cheaply. You just need a storage location and the means to fill them up, really.
Just don't throw, and when you use the water, don't throw the bottles away.
Yeah, nothing is single use in SHTF.
The good thing about having good containers in a city like London, my thinking was this as well. The big containers I have, at a pinch, can double up and making a raft if I had to. I know some might laugh, but flooding.
Well, those containers, multitude of uses. For a start off,
I can make a floating little raft.
Well, yeah.
Well,
for a start off, they can be recycled into. You can repurpose the plastic. You can make fish traps out of them. You can use them as scoops. You can use them as bailing systems.
Hey, CR, good to see
you.
you.
Like you just said there.
Yeah.
Whole host of manners, but yeah.
Cut it here as well, and you can use it for pouring water or pouring some liquid somewhere.
Yep.
It's a makeshift funnel.
Well, that's all true. We got, speaking from experience, one day my wife didn't make me any breakfast, so I built a raft out of milk cartons, and I took her out to the coast and sent her to North Korea. Goodbye, Mrs.
Hey, sticking to the basics, a very good thing to have when we're talking about water collection, even just cooling yourself down, is a good old shamag. Good old shamag is good. If you whack it in the river, you can whack it around your neck to keep you cool. A shamag has got multiple uses. So, like people say, keeping things simple, and it's very lightweight. You can use it for many things.
You've got to absolutely, keep to start off with the very basics. And like I said, once you've got the basics covered, then you can start elaborating off all these strands.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, one of the other factors we haven't talked about so far, which is another key basic thing for everybody, is your own personal physical health and physicality. I would think going back to, when I say physicality, the ability to self-rescue, self-recover. If you fall into a river or a ditch and there's no one around, have you got the physical strength to pull yourself out without the need of someone helping you? If you can do that, you are, a long way there. That's sort of immediate physicality and self-rescue stuff. And the long-term aspects of it, I'm talking about really, long-term health, your ability to continue living on a reasonably healthy, fully mobility lifestyle without the need for drugs, pills, medication. I mean, some medications is obviously essential, but some, there's some medication people can live without. And you could argue the fact that it could be things like antidepressants, for instance. You're not going to die without taking antidepressants, for instance.
Horrible drugs.
So, fitness and health, is something we can do freely. It doesn't cost anything. And worst case scenario, nothing happens, but you are a lot better shape for it.
Has anybody seen Camden King at all?
No.
I think I upset him because I just want to get this out of the way while we're on the show very briefly. If anybody speaks to Camden King, to ask him to forgive me, because I think I upset him because I've done an Ed Sheeran video, and I was like, well, who is this guy? And anyway, I took the video down, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, Camden King, if you're out there. Just, he said I looked a bit bitter in the video. So anyway.
Hey, I'm telling you, Daria, love, you're never going to make it, like sometimes, and it's very nice of you to mention that. And I think that if there was somebody, I don't know you ever as somebody that, is that'll go out of their way to offend other people. In fact, you're extremely respectful. So I do think sometimes we've got to be, try to be mindful and stuff as well. So I really appreciate that about you, but I wouldn't sweat it, is all I'll say. I'm sure that.
I received that.
Yeah. I'm sure that, I'll allow him to respond as well, because I'm not going to be sure of his opinion on it. But so it could have been a live comment. And was it said in a text through typing?
Well, basically, he commented on the video I made and said, "Oh, I thought you was a good guy. You sounded a bit bitter in the video." And basically, I was coming home, and this music singer, he had all his entourage, the whole street was all blocked, and I was like, what's going on here, who's this guy? And basically he thought that I was coming across a bit bitter about the way I was talking about Ed Sheeran. He said, I wish we had an Ed Sheeran in our country. And I was like, well, I don't know Ed Sheeran personally. I wasn't being bitter. It's the industry. For me, I just don't like the music industry the way it's gone. That's what I was really.
One of the rules: don't read the comments.
Yeah,
well, I took the video down, and for me, I don't. Even if I offend one person in somewhere, if I've done something wrong, I will try and know. And that's another one. Before SHTF happens, if you guys got any trouble, any arguments between your family, your dad, your mum, your brother, your sister, trust me, try and be reconciled. Basics. We're talking about basic stuff. You don't want to be after wondering how your father is, how your mother is, how your sister is, how your friend is. So try to seek forgiveness and reconciliation, because we're in the SHTF situation. We're already going to be in a bad way, So, and sometimes when that happens, you might have an argument with someone, but then when you find out they're in hospital, you forget that. You go there and you support them. I'm here for you. So try to get that out of the way as well, if you can. If you've got any, because life's too short, and I'm sure, I'm sure many of us here do have little fallout sometimes with our family.
So yeah, just before I talk about what Bob's doing there, is
munching away.
If you notice the YouTube channels, the bigger ones do not interact as much as the smaller channels. Yeah. You'll find the smaller channels respond to every comment that comes up. You look at the bigger channels, no response, because you get to a point where it's not worth reading the comments. Just let them crack on with it. Let promote the conversation. Let them crack on. Anyway,
I received that.
What I was going to say about Bob's little snacks he's got there.
Yeah,
is in the army, what we used to do is no matter where you went, if it's on a vehicle, if you're on foot, with a big burden and you're trogging along, etc., a really good, not only energy booster, keep your blood low, keep your sugars up there, but a morale booster was to always have some sort of snack in your pocket handy, whether it be
Mars bar,
bag full of broken chocolates, jelly babies, or some sort of dried fruit, whatever it is. Peanuts. I like nuts. Yeah. Any that form of snack, particularly like if you're on foot or anything like this, is really a really good morale booster.
Mhm.
And when we're talking basics, and we sort of like talking about food earlier on, don't discount the fact that don't underestimate the power of sweets, sweet treats, and things which have got a nice, taste
Yep.
to them, because
even a roll of lifesavers, mint lifesavers. I'm going to throw those in this. These are the bag that if we get burned out, the wife and I'll each have one of these bags.
Right.
But right here on live, guys, I don't want to interrupt you for long, but I'm just sampling pineapple and mangoes. They're dried, they're lightweight, I bought 2 of each, so I'm sampling these, and I'll buy 2 more next time I go to the market and throw them in this bag.
Oh, you should try and find the apricot ones, Bob. You'll love them.
They're there.
Regardless of the actual snack, I would say, something that people like, enjoy, and used to, and it, like I say, it's a good morale booster. And I can tell you from experience, when you're out and about on foot, or on in a vehicle, or you're sat there for hours on end, days, weeks on end, SHTF is boring when it comes to food. So the more spicy, the more treats, the more morale you can do, the better. And I've got buckets full of what I call goodies.
Goody, gum.
Mints, chewy sweets, boiled sweets, chocolates, foam sweets, you name it. I've got it in a thing, because I know the power of sweet treats. And at night time, when it normally, if you fancy a real good sweet fix or anything like that, and you've run out here, you just go upstairs to the bucket and you pick some out.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. The zombies are coming. And PV comes out. The marauders are coming. The zombies are coming. We've got to kill you. And then PV comes out and throws sweets to them. Saves the day.
One of the things that on ops people always used to talk about was what you're going to eat when you get back home.
That's I remember my military days too, PV.
Yeah.
What am I going to eat?
Chinese, curry, McDonald's.
Oh yeah, a big old greasy Big Mac, man.
Exactly.
I'm tired of sea rats. Yeah.
Power of food. The ability.
Bob, I'm going to give you a tip. Bob.
Okay.
You're sampling all those. Trust me, you're sampling all those freeze-dried things. Yeah. You better not eat every bag of everything, because I'm telling you right now, you will be in the crapper in about 3 hours, because the volume of actual fruit you are eating is a whole lot more than what you think, because it's freeze-dried.
Yeah.
All the pulp, everything, all the nutrients are all still in there. The only thing missing is water, and your body's going to absorb into all the moisture in your body's going to go into that, and then your stomach's going to go into overdrive.
He's off to the toilet. He's gone to the toilet, chef.
Yeah, he just left. I know, because I freeze-dried my own fruit, and I made that mistake with strawberries. I ate the equivalent of 2 pints of strawberries in a bag. It took no time at all, and I'm like, these are great. And then like 4 hours later, I was like, why do I got to run to the bathroom? I was like, oh my God, I literally ate 2 pints of strawberries in one sitting.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Chef Tech.
Yes, sir.
Are you proud of me? My first jerky I made myself.
You need to move on to biltong, but jerky's impressive. Well done. That's awesome. Well done.
Just don't buy whatever you do. Don't buy Chinese. Don't buy Chinese jerk. Whatever you do.
No.
In fact, you will Chinese food. Sorry.
Get good beef or turkey. You can make chicken jerky. You can make all kinds of jerky. Get a good recipe. Whatever you like, do it. And now jerky doesn't last forever, not like freeze-dried food. And freeze-dried jerky is not really a thing, because you just took the water out and it's cooked maybe, but it doesn't last forever. Well, freeze-dried would, but regular jerky, there's still moisture in there. So that's why they come in bags with the little desiccant pack. They do have an expiration date on it.
It actually pained me to make this because the cut of meat looked beautiful, and I thought that I don't want to ruin this.
Lean eye round or eye of round, whatever is the best for the leanness. You do need fat in there, but the more fat that's in there, the less shelf life it has.
Kayleen said there, talk about food and creative redundancy shows up.
So Kaylin is a gold mine on her channel. Go over and sub to her channel, Kaylin Strain. Her channel is about sampling MREs and different emergency food on her lives. She's a gold mine, guys. I'm telling you, she's got the stuff, and she shows it right there. What her opinion of it, how easy it is to prepare it, and not
Good.
Sub to her channel. She's a wealth of information.
Yeah, she is.
And she also, she's in an apartment, so she does apartment prepping too.
Mm-hmm.
And then she has a little balcony, and unfortunately, it's on the north side of her apartment, so it doesn't get good lighting and stuff. But she still grows stuff out there.
Yep.
It's an important skill to know how to grow in a compact area. Like, it's definitely something that people should, master. It's one of those areas that people don't always give a lot of emphasis on, and I think that it's something that if you can do right, I mean, even with things such as microgreens, you can have the capability as well to mix in like with solar and try and grow with hydroponically. That's always something that people can also invest into.
Even if you start with just your own herb garden, it's going to improve them preps no end.
Yeah. I got a question for Guardian. There's a fella here, Josh Slocum. He is sponsored by a South African guy and on his channel you can buy, what is that beef jerky that you guys make in South Africa? What do you call that?
I was going to say to UK Urban Prep as well, something that you might have heard of already, which is the biltong. It's BILTONG. Yeah.
Can you tell us about that? Is it store well? Does it store for a long time, etc.? What can you tell us about that?
I would love to hear. Mark, do you have any knowledge on that as well? Have you heard of it?
Yeah, sorry, I'm repotting tomato plants as we're talking here, so I just had to come back and unmute. I know about it. I watched a few videos. There is a company, I think it's in South Carolina, that makes it in America.
Probably.
And the guy, I forget, it was like the Meat Brothers or the Butcher Brothers or something. And I forget which specific cut. They're on YouTube too, but it's one specific cut of beef that they specifically use. It makes it the best, and it's the marinade and all the things they do to it and the way they smoke it and cure it and all that. Yeah, apparently I've never had any. It is a little pricey around here. It's really good. I've never had the urge to make it. I only heard about it about a year ago. But it's basically African beef jerky. It's about the only way I can put it.
Yeah, I've only had it in commercial packs that they sell over here, and it's always little tiny bits. It's like lots of little bits and stuff. And I must be honest, I preferred when I went to Texas, I went into a garage and got like a jerky stick. I like something to hold and chew on rather than these little tiny bits.
So that is definitely something. I think it's because when it gets exported, it might be the packaging is just most convenient in that way. But the actual, and I'll just spend like 20 seconds quickly and explain it from my lifelong experience with it. Beef jerky as well is really amazing. Beef jerky does the job pretty much if you can't attain like biltong. But biltong, if you look up, if you guys have time after the stream or maybe perhaps tomorrow, if you look up ways on how to make biltong, you get a biltong maker pretty much that just makes sure that keeps all the flies out as well and keeps a good airflow. And then you get a lot of, and as you were saying, marinade is extremely important. So you marinate it correctly, a lot of salt, of course, to dry it out completely. And where you got those smaller pieces of biltong, that's shameful. I'm so sorry that you experienced that. When you're speaking about biltong, you're speaking about really big pieces of game meat as well. So animals, a lot of in South Africa, one of the cultural things is the hunting aspect is very, it's something that as a culture, a lot of people are invested in as well. Just because of historically as well, it's something that as South Africans, we're quite close to our capability to live off the land in a way, right? And for the most part, when it comes to biltong, there's these large deer, if you want to call them that are called kudu, Kudu. And when you have kudu biltong, like if you're familiar with kudu and you have kudu biltong, you'll change your mind completely on beef jerky. I promise you, have kudu biltong once in your life and you'll never look at beef jerky in the same way. Because it's what you're saying there, a really big piece of meat that you can actually hold onto as well. That's extremely protein dense and it's really, really like good. And sorry if there's anybody that's vegetarian as well, speaking about this type of topic in this way. I do apologize, but it is something that is quite... it's just culturally here, biltong is a huge thing. Yeah.
You don't have to apologize for the vegetarians. We put up with them. It's fine.
Well,
I'm a vegetarian, actually. I don't eat meat, but I eat fish.
Heads up, guys. A lot of this stuff that we've just been talking about, kudu and biltong, is on Amazon. Yeah. So
I was just trying to look. I don't know if it's I can't see it in the UK. I don't know if it's certain places only. I don't.
And it's very expensive here as well if you get the good stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Bob, if you can somehow order yourself kudu biltong, I would love for you specifically to absolutely just make sure it's good quality and it's from a good resource. But if you can get some kudu biltong, I can promise you that you'll come back to me at a later stage and tell me that was an incredible experience. It is quite tough, so make sure that you use, not everybody uses a knife to cut it as well, but you cut it into like smaller slices off of the large piece of kudu biltong, but definitely something that you should try at least once, if you enjoy meat.
Have you seen, talking of meat, I won't say much more, sorry, Shadow, I'll finish at this one. Have you seen those Kenyan guys, like it might be 2 or 3 very skinny men with spears, a little knife, and they actually scare off 15 lions off a kill and steal some of that kill. What they do is they have to build up their confidence, and so they're sort of a few hundred yards away watching these lions eating a meal. I'm talking fully grown male lions, lionesses, and cubs, So these 3 gentlemen, 3 guys, tribesmen, they've built up their courage, and then they've said, right, we're going to go and get it. So as they're moving towards the lions then start running away. So if you're ever stuck in a situation where you need some food and there's lions there, just be confident.
I'd rather buy it on Amazon.
I feel like
I'll be confident in my.
I feel like telling people to be confident around lions could come back.
Guys, God's going to give us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a pure and a sound mind. So
I'll buy it on Amazon. I'm not going to the Amazon.
Just in case you find yourself there though, and you need meat, you know what to do. You just need to just be confident, all right?
Just scream at the lions and don't waver. Yeah, that's it. Scream at them. They'll be like, okay, fine. He wants it more than I do.
There's one guy on YouTube. He uses a toilet roll against a lion. He comes out of his car. He crawls towards the lion, and then one of them run away. One of the lions run away, and the other lion was more curious. And as the lion was coming towards the chat, he'd pick up the toilet roll, pretend that he was going to throw it. Bob, do you need a toilet roll?
No. Go back to Guardian here. I've got some of the biltong on my wish list for Amazon. I'll buy 1 sample and then I'll test it. I'll see, because I want to add beef jerky of some kind and some pemmican. Pemmican is what the American Indians ate. Yeah, so that's coming up next. And some dried fruit. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever tried to make perpetual stew? Sorry, go ahead, UK Urban Prepping.
I was just going to say, if anybody in the UK has found this anywhere, please post a link for me because I'm struggling to find it. So
found what?
The kudu biltong.
Yeah, I'll actually put the name directly in the chat quickly as well, so that you can check. Maybe it's just the naming and the spelling, perhaps. I'll put it in the chat real quick.
I wonder if there is beef jerky and biltong and everything we need. What about fish jerky then? I have never seen anything about fish jerky.
Let's check it out.
That should be possible to create.
Dried fish? Yeah. Just hook up with some of the Filipinos you talk to, Shadow.
Salmon. Yeah.
Ask the Filipinos. They know all about dried fish. I can't stand the shit, but it's
And the
they know
Portuguese.
dried fish. Yeah.
Where's CR? He lives in
Portuguese.
Canada. They dry cod.
Mhm.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
basically fish jerky.
Yeah.
I mean, salmon, same thing. You smoke it, and you can season it and then smoke it, and it's fish jerky. They just don't call it beef fish jerky. They call it smoked salmon.
Have you tried that, Shadow Scott? Sorry, go ahead, Chef Tech. I apologize for cutting you off.
No, you're fine.
Do you need to smoke the salmon?
Yeah, if you're making
whole and cut it up later, or do you cut it up first?
You cut it in your strips, and you could do whole salmon. They do that in Alaska. They'll literally gut it, split it down the middle, but leave it attached at the tail, and they hang it over rails by the tail section, so all the meat's hanging down and separated from the front, the left and right. And then they put it in a smokehouse, which is not some high dollar smokehouse. Literally, you can build it out of a bunch of tarps or just wood pallets, something to keep most of the smoke in. And now my dog's squeaking his ball. And let it smoke until it's pretty much dry. And your smoked salmon, you can season it if you want, or just do it the way it is. The smoking is what cures it, which makes it into like a jerky, just like beef jerky. It's either cured dry with a fan and heat, or you can smoke it. Either way.
And Shadow, there's on Amazon US anyway. There's salmon jerky. There's Asian sake jerky. I would recommend, Shadow, since you got a connection with the Filipinos, talk to one of the Filipinos. Dude, they know all about that dried fish stuff. You can eat it raw. But don't cook it in your house, dude. Don't cook that in your house. Jesus, oh my freaking God, man! I know
that would
my
probably
wife
smell pretty bad.
Oh, dude, no! I set up the camp stove outside for my wife. Yeah, she goes, "Hon, can you build a fire or set me up a stove? I want to cook dried fish." I'll be happy to, hon. It's like, oh my God, it stinks.
Shadow, what I'm sharing there, it's in Northern California. It's Riley Burkholder's jerky. Started out as a hobby 30 some odd years ago. And he turned it into a business and really good stuff. I've gotten their stuff. Of course, Joyce, his wife, is my mom's cousin. That's why I know about it. But this stuff is absolutely killer. And all the bars in the area stock the one on the left there, the pepper jerky, because they put it out on the bar, and the guys eat that and they order more drinks. But yeah, it's good stuff, all natural stuff. The best cuts around, he do it, and it's you're paying for good quality stuff there, and it's good. It's Riley's Jerky in Greenville, California.
Okay, here we go. I'll try to share out here, Shadow. But yeah, the Filipinos that brother, that they'll school you, man. They know what they're doing with that stuff. But once again, don't cook it in your house. Don't. I'll see if I can present here.
There's a company online called Foreman and Field, and they do smoke salmon jerky. And how much do you think for 250 grams?
I have no idea.
£12.50.
Yeah, well, that's great. Think of it this way. What did it weigh?
That is a pretty good price.
What did it weigh before they dried it? That's what you got to go by. Like I buy beef. I'll buy 3 pounds of beef. Slice. I'll sous vide it to cook it medium rare. I'll slice it and throw it in the freeze dryer. Well, that 2 pounds after it comes out of the freeze dryer only weighs about 3 pounds. That's what 2.5 kilos. When it comes out, it might weigh 700 grams, maybe. But it lost all the water. That's why it's so expensive. It's like, it doesn't weigh anything. Why is it so expensive? It's like, because I paid for it by the pound when it was wet. And I had to go do the process and my electric and all that stuff and my time. And I bought the equipment. And I'm like, yeah, you go out and why are freeze-dried Skittles, which aren't Skittles, but why are they so expensive? I'm like, okay, you go spend $3,000 on a freeze dryer and all the equipment you need and the Skittles and the time and all that. And you tell me how cheap it is.
Yeah.
There's another company, Marks and Spencer's, M&S in the UK. Maybe some of you guys have heard of Marks and Spencer's. for 180 grams of Scottish, it's M&S Scottish hot smoked teriyaki salmon. £6.75 for 180 grams. So, Chef, we need you to help us to learn how to do it.
Yeah, okay. First, you got to go buy a freeze dryer. They're about, in my country, they're about $2,500. Then you need all the supplies to go with it, all the Mylar bags, the oxygen absorbers, the tools, and all the stuff that go with it.
$5 grand over here.
Then you go buy the food.
Wow.
Yep, and then you go buy the food, and then you spend how much your labor's worth to do it, and you do it for yourself. That's why all my freeze dried food, it's all for me or my kids. I'll send stuff. I'll make a 5-gallon pot of chili for my daughter and her husband, and I'll freeze dry it and ship it to her, because at that point, that 5 gallons that weighed, I don't know, 50, 60 pounds, American stuff. It only weighs like 2 pounds, and I ship it to her. She adds the water. They love it because it tastes just like my chili, because it is my chili. But to sell it, I'd have to sell it for like, $25 for, 2 servings. And people, it's so expensive. Yeah, go buy your own equipment. That's why I don't sell it. I just give the stuff away to friends and family and that, because for me, it's a hobby. I love doing it.
I'll give you my address, Chef, later on.
Yeah, well, it won't make it through customs. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they'll taste it till it's gone.
Oh yeah, they'd have to open every bag up, and at that point, it's instantly destroyed. So
I hope I haven't upset CR. If I have, I'm sorry. Because I said earlier, avoid certain Chinese food. There's a lot of fake food in China, but there's a lot of fake food all around the world. So I shouldn't have said that.
Everywhere.
There's fake food everywhere. So
he's Canadian. Don't worry about it. You can't offend him.
I'm sending you a live skunk, Chef.
Ni hao ma, ni hao ma, ni hao ma.
There is more fake food in an American grocery store
than anywhere
else put together.
That's why we have more diseases and more big pharma in this country.
I don't think we've got fake food in Greece, though.
Well, I put down on my wish list some of that dried tuna. Thanks for bringing up that topic, Shadow, because I can have dried meat, biltong, beef jerky, but the wife's Asian. She would light up like a Christmas tree if we're hiding out somewhere and I take out some dried fish. Here you go, baby. Oh man, that would make her day.
I freeze dried raw 8 ounce, well, whatever pounds they are in metric, but they're 8 ounce flounder fillets, whole fillets raw. I freeze dried them. I put them in a pouch, and they're good for 20 years or so. And then I take them out to the cabin. I just throw cold water in there, let them soak for 20 minutes, and throw them in a pan. And I got fresh flounder, or as fresh as it's going to be, but I got raw flounder that I'm cooking now. It's just it's so cool. I mean, so many things I do with this thing. Every time I think about something, I'm like, oh, let me try that. And I freeze dry something else. I did freeze dried raw pork chops, boneless. Trimmed them out real well, put them in a freeze dryer. They're in pouches. The rest of them went in the freezer. So if my wife, she goes up to the beach in a month, she takes a whole box of nothing but freeze dried food, freeze dried raw eggs, freeze dried cooked sausage, turkey sausage. All the stuff I do, she takes it up there. It's great because she doesn't have to go to the store. She just throws water on it, lets it rehydrate, and either cooks it or just eats it the way it is. All my fruits and stuff, she loves that. And and it doesn't weigh anything, and it's our food, and she knows it. It's not like you're buying it from Mountain House, and it's like, oh, it's our beef stew, and you taste it, it's like, God, it's salty. I just don't like the flavor of it. Well, you're stuck with it. It'll keep you alive, but mine tastes like mine.
Is there any way of doing anything with like samosas and onion bhajis? Like, is there any way of making them into jerky? Like vegetable jerky? Is that impossible?
Keep it basics.
I freeze dry zucchini rounds, and my wife uses them as chips when they're freeze dried. It's different than dehydrating, but she uses them as chips. She'll dip it in salsa and take a bite. It's crunchy at first, and then all of a sudden it's raw zucchini again in her mouth because of the moisture. I mean, there's just so much out there you can do with freeze dried. Dehydrating is different. Two totally different sciences, and then my dog just won't shut up. So
every time I come on the chat on a Saturday, my dog just gets restless. It's like, you're talking to these people. What about me? He's like, look at
That's
him.
exactly what he does. It's playtime. Yeah, your dog too, huh?
Look,
Look,
yeah,
you're
he's like,
thinking you sat there including yourself.
yeah, he thinks I'm having a, he feels left out. Poor thing.
Yeah,
Where
so
are you,
does mine.
CJ? CJ, yeah, look, they're not leaving you out. Hello, CJ. Hello. Okay.
You see, one of the basics people have also got to consider is with every sort of most SHTF events, there may be some form of casualties to go with it, from minor scrapes, dislocations to all the way up to major trauma, gunshot wounds, stabbing, etc., etc. Yeah, as well as the people, the things that people die and get ill by normally anyway, from heart attacks, strokes, and so on, to bellyache, constipation, the shits, whatever it is. So, one of the basics people should consider, as well as the things we talked about, water, food, etc., is a first aid kit and the ability to treat people, because the majority of people in a sort of major disaster are going to die within the first hour, and the first responders are going to be you, me, and the immediate sort of people in the vicinity, whether that's stopping the bleeding, administering basic first aid, or even the ability to evacuate someone out of the danger zone with a makeshift stretcher and so on and so on. So
I just want to add a little bit to that. Don't just go to Amazon, buy a first aid kit and think I'm sorted.
No.
Right. Please check it. Make sure you've got everything you need. We want to overstock this stuff if necessary. And when it comes to the back end, have something that stops you going and something that helps you to go. That's what I'd advise there. But most workplaces, most sports clubs in the UK anyway, I don't know what it's like in the States, but most places like that will offer you a first aid course. They'll be happy to pay for you to go on a first aid course because it helps them. Do it. It's free training.
Yeah.
What I'll say quickly about that, the first aid kits as well, something that you've really got to enjoy doing is customizing it to the community around you and to your family's requirements. And then also the bags that some of those first aid kits come in, actually look and go shopping for some of those first aid kit bags, because some of them are waterproof and extremely rugged and durable with very, very strong zips that will last forever. So you've got to actually, when you're shopping for the first aid kits, keep in mind and try to be mindful. Unfortunately, with certain preps, you are paying, you are getting what you pay for. There are shortcuts in a lot of different things that we can in different categories or verticals, if you will, of prepping. But the thing is that you've got to try and at least have that basis of it's gonna you cannot have shortcuts when it comes to buying a good knife.
Yeah,
a really good knife is going to cost you.
Don't be bleeding out thinking, I wish I hadn't got this bandage from Temu. It's just not worth. It's not worth the saving.
That's a fact.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Have a good mate. I'd suggest you build your own. Yesterday in the UK, 5 people were stabbed in the early hours of the morning. I haven't found out what actually happened, but it was, I believe, some kind of party, and 5 people were stabbed. Maybe PV has heard about that. But if people are stabbing themselves to death now, before SHTF, what are they going to do after?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it was also the tendency is to, focus on elaborate first aid items, which you may not be fully conversant with, and and Bob mentioned this before.
Whoa.
And I've seen this firsthand.
Big lightning and thunder hit just now.
I was
my house.
I was working on an ambulance for 3 months, and the majority of people we treated, when it comes to bleeding, for instance, was just trapped with a square gauze dressing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you can when it comes to first aid, the good thing I like about the first aid and first aid kits is you can keep it really, really basic, and it goes a long way. And it's flexible equipment, from triangular bandages to simple dressings. and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Also, if you can get yourself a suitor kit, you can get these kits now where you could actually, if you're in a place where there's no hospitals around, you can get yourself a suitor kit as well to go.
Yeah, well, that's a bit of a contentious issue, you see, because firstly, you've got to know when to close the wounds and not be detrimental to the healing process and contribute to wound management. And secondly, not all. It takes a lot of procedural effort to successfully, stitch someone up, suture someone.
I had to buy. My wife sent me out to the butcher. I had to go to the actual butcher. She needed pigskin, like literally like meat with the skin still on it, so she could practice cutting it and suturing it before. I mean, she's still not qualified to do it, but she had to take a course in it. And she's like, I need to practice. I'm like, you can't do it on an orange, honey. You can do that with a syringe, but you can't practice stitching on an orange. It just rips through the flesh. I was like, you need pig skin or beef skin, and you're not going to find beef skin anywhere. Really, you could. But, they just sold me some just trimmings with just, large, like 4-inch pieces of pig skin with a little bit of fat or whatever was under it. They're like, what's this for? I said, my wife's practicing suturing. We're not eating it. They're like, oh, okay, here, take it.
Good idea. Good idea.
Can we get realistic? Hollywood tells us any leading lady who's very cute and good looking can stitch up a Marine. It's just what happens. Yeah.
That's how it works. And then they get married and have 3 kids and live happily ever after. Yeah.
Having said all that, there's nothing wrong with, if your budget can stretch to it. Because, I think we underestimate the value of anesthesia.
Yes.
Without anesthetics, where are we in the modern day medical world?
Yeah.
People look at that.
Back to the Civil War.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember you sent me a video, PB, of this young girl who was being operated on. She never had no anesthetic.
Yeah, exactly. So
in a war situation.
In Bosnia.
That's for a bottle of whiskey and a good left hook.
Yeah, that was Bosnia.
A shot of whiskey, knock them out. They won't feel a thing until they wake up, if they wake up.
For instance, in Bosnia, I was in an enclave called Gorazda, and they completely ran out of all medical anesthesia, and they were literally going back to Civil War type methods where they were doing amputations, minor procedures, stitching people up without anesthetic. So, having said that, when I'm talking about basics, what I'm saying is fine, concentrate on the basics because it'll probably be within your skill set. And Mark's holding up a good book there, which I thoroughly recommend. 10 out of 10 for that one. But if your budget can stretch to it, there's nothing wrong with buying, suture kits, defibrillation kit, and airways, NPAs, and all this sort of stuff. Because what I'm saying is, you come across someone who does know how to use it.
I was about to say that. I was about to say
live next door to a doctor, for instance.
Can I mention on the defibs for anyone in the UK as well? I can't remember the site off the top of my head. I'll have to find it for you. But you can get where it gives you all the instructions, put the pads on now, stand clear, etc. So it does it all for you basically. But it's a really good quality. It's usually about a £2,000 machine, this thing. You can rent them now for companies for a monthly, and they put it into your house. You pay them like £13 a month or something, and it lives in your house.
Oh, right.
Which, I mean, that bill won't have to be paid after SHTF, but up until that point, if especially if you've got somebody who's prone, or my family's got a history of heart attacks. I had a heart attack at 23. So if you've got something like that in the house, it's worth having.
Yeah, vulnerable.
How comes a young man like you had a heart attack? The phone bill of the wife made a phone bill or something. Was it dodgy?
The doctor said it was a warning. It was like a very mild thing, but it was a Christmas tree did it. That's it was a terrible job, a megalomaniac boss, a stressful managing a football team, and an ex that was an absolute nightmare. And it topped off by, you still haven't even got a Christmas tree. I thought, right, walked to buy a Christmas tree, 6-foot real tree, put it on my back, walked back, put it down, keeled over.
Oh my gosh.
Alrighty.
So left my job, stopped doing the football, relaxed. 2 years later, given the all clear, I was doing the MMA stuff after that and kept my fitness up. Cheers.
That's awesome.
So,
Yeah,
good
but respect
advice.
that you
If you
urban
can
prepper.
do it-
Well done on that, bro.
Sorry, Guardian. If
No,
you
I was
can-
just saying, you urban prepper definitely for recovering like that as well and getting back into it.
Well.
I really respect and salute you for that, man. Like, I know it's tough as well, so good job. Really.
Cheers.
No, I've seen a few sexy Japanese women who give me a heart attack, but that's just me.
You mean Icy Fit?
That one. Oh, la mi babae.
For anyone in the chat, this is not a survival necessity, just if you're off topic a bit.
It is for me.
For people listening out there, it's a good idea if you want to sort of brush up on your first aid. There are plenty of first aid courses out there. There's good books. There's stuff online, learning about how to, learning about first aid. I did a St. John's ambulance course several years back. I was a non-blue ambulance driver at St. Mary's Hospital. So I learned a little bit about first aid. But it's a good idea as well. In the meantime, some people got hobbies, and change your hobbies. Maybe do some first aid.
Yeah, great point, Dara Love, because we have St. John's ambulance over here, right? And anyone can volunteer for that.
Yeah, that's the one I did. And if you do volunteer for St. John's ambulance, you could find yourself working in football stadiums, boxing stadiums, with an ambulance there for St. John's ambulance. And they could give you further training to become a paramedic if you wanted. Yeah, you're right, Mike. I did a St. John's ambulance course.
I definitely recommend, though, that if you're going into paramedics, that you understand what you're getting into, because paramedics sometimes see frontline things that a lot of people can't deal with. So psychologically, I really recommend that you understand fully what you're getting into when you get into paramedics. But it is an amazing cause, and I absolutely appreciate the people that are out there doing it. Go for it.
Just to clear that up for you, in the UK, St. John's Ambulance, it's more like a first aid service. So in a stadium like he's on about, you'll have St. John's Ambulance, but if it was an actual emergency, there would be paramedics there. They are not paramedics; they're like first aiders. So it's like the step down, but you do get a lot of training with it.
Going back to
it's not as intense. You don't see as much of the casualties.
Yeah. My friend works for the ambulance service. I tell stories.
Going back to the first aid kits, next time you pass somebody in a regular ambulance, ask them how many Band-Aids they use. Because every first aid kit that's out there comes with like 400 Band-Aids and like 2 pieces of gauze. They're the most worthless thing. And like this little tiny roll of crappy ass tape that isn't worth it. You might as well use Scotch tape. It's crap.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If in doubt, use duct tape.
Well, the bond skin instantly.
When people look at the actual issues with injuries and stuff like that, a Band-Aid won't immediately save someone's life. It's just there to keep dirt out of a wound. So you focus on the big important things, I would say. People look at how they're going to deal with a series of triaged patients, airways, breathing, circulation, breathe in, bleed in, breaks and burns, basic things like that. And cover the basics.
We did a test in the first aid. I'll just quickly cut in. We did a test on the first aid course, and we walked into a room with people with different ailments. Obviously, it weren't real, and you had to. Sorry, PV.
I was just about. I was going to say, when it comes to first aid and stuff like this, everyone likes to announce what level of skill they're at. Have you noticed? And take it back to basics. Reel yourself in. And even if you think you're in date, keep refreshing yourself. Get a decent set of reference books.
Yes.
Or this sort of thing.
Definitely.
So you know, you're not flying off at tangents when need be.
Can I just show you something here?
Yeah.
So this is a tube bandage. We all know what a tube bandage is, right?
Yeah.
Tuba grip.
Yeah, tuba grip. Yeah. See how much is there?
That's a lot
Right.
of bandage.
My partner went to a appointment of the doctors. They opened this brand new. They cut off this much, and they used it for her, and then they went to throw this in the bin. Because once they've opened it, they can't use it for anyone else. So she said, "Oh, can I take it home then?" That is the wastage.
Yeah.
Most of our medical supplies now are from her appointments, because every time she gets something like that, she's like, "Can I keep that?" Yeah.
Yeah, they all do it. Even in the States, not as much anymore. They used to give out like whole rolls, like the big rolls of the paper tape to my wife. And then they realized they were throwing so much out. So now they order rolls that literally only have, 40 centimeters on it. That's it. That's all you get. But even that, she only uses like a centimeter of it, or 2 or 5. And the rest, and she puts it in her pocket. And because you can't use it on anybody else. So she winds up just throwing it in a bucket and bringing it home.
I think the tech guy's failing. Can I come off the big screen?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Hey, Mark.
I was talking to you, Mike. Sorry.
Your wife's in healthcare, same as mine. How many of those little packets of alcohol, just those little alcohol wipes?
I had to tell her to freaking stop.
Good to see you, man.
She would come home and unload these things. We have alcohol swabs. My daughters, when I had 3 daughters living here, they were using them, but I had these 2 plastic, I forget, they're just big drawers she has under the bathroom sink. Just nothing full of it. I'm like, honey, they're not all good anymore. No, they're fine. They're fine. I'm like, we don't need 900,000 alcohol swabs. If I can't squeeze them out and drink them, they're worthless to me.
Yeah. My wife comes home and pulls them out of her pockets and throw them on the kitchen counter. Yep. Or I find them when I'm doing laundry. It's like, do you have the same with the disposable gloves? Do you find loads of them? Because my missus is a care worker, and we've got boxes of them everywhere.
Yeah, she can't bring the boxes home. They can use those as needed. I have enough of those from my company. I just order what I need.
She was mobile care, so they have to give them boxes for their cars. So they're going in. Yeah.
I've got an entire box of surgical gloves. My wife ordered them through her work and got a major discount from a huge box. There's a rack of them in the kitchen, I
used to keep a 5-gallon pail in the kitchen for her. I just put a big old cross on it for Red Cross, whatever you want to call it. And every night she would come home, I said, just throw the shit in there. Yeah. She would dump it in her hand, and I'd have to go through and be like, okay, these alcohol swabs are not going to be good in 6 months, so I just throw most of them in the trash.
Yeah.
But she would bring home all kinds of random things. I'm like, alrighty. These cloths, I love these cloths she brings home. They're like a lint-free, you can't rip them. And they open up 1 pack to clean up a baby or something, but they have to throw the whole pack out because now it's open.
But they're all fire starters, right?
No, they're some kind of, it's not cotton, but I wouldn't use it for a fire, but it might burn. But no, she brings them home. They're great because they're sterile, number one, and then they're great for wiping stuff up. I use them for straining when I do beef fat and pork fat. I run it through that nice and hot, and that's my dog barking again. Sorry, I'm talking. He's pissed.
I've got something for the panel to ponder on. This thing about super glue. You've got a lot of people with bug out bags, and they go, right, just get yourself some super glue. And then me in the early days, I thought, right, get some super glue, job done. And then someone said to me, it's got to be a specialist type of super glue.
Right. Gorilla.
Yeah, so it's the thickness, right? But I mean, it's all about what you use it for. When people talk about the Vietnam War, they were pouring it into open wounds. It was never going to save them. It was just going to keep them going for a little bit. But when it comes to like gluing a little head injury, something like that, if you can nip it together, it does work.
Yes.
This is not medical advice, anybody. We are not giving medical advice here.
Never.
No. We're doing anecdotal information telling you to go see your doctor about it.
Yeah.
I knew a guy once. I knew a guy once. He was a chef. I think he was a raccoon too. And he was pretty rabid, but he cut himself pretty bad. He cut himself pretty bad on a dumpster diving trip, and he had super glue. So he literally had to put a tourniquet around the whatever paw was bleeding to stop it from bleeding temporarily, to glue it shut. And it wasn't a deep wound; it was just a skin wound, and glued it shut, wrapped it up, took the tourniquet off, and it healed.
Some of that cheaper glue, super glue, actually burns and it generates heat when you put it on. But I mean,
the super CA does.
Talk about when you go down to the crux of it in basics. People, there's not many people out there who actually talk about basic.
Welcome, Bambi Palermo. Good to see you.
Storing actually basic bars of soap to keep your hands clean. To disinfect your hands, or to wash your hands, to wash your body, to wash other things with hair, everything. You can use it as a shaving foam and all sorts. So basic items. And I put a comment on earlier. There's plenty of people in the world who are living hand to mouth, or homeless people who live in SHTF. Look at what their priorities are. Yeah. Forget all this elaborate kit here and there, etc. Going back to the absolute crux of things, because things will break, things will run out of power. You probably are going to be playing catch up all the time to recharge batteries and stuff like that. But when it comes to the crux of things, you'll always need your food, your water, your warmth, your security.
And
get out into the park, learn about trees, learn about wilderness survival, how to get water, how to purify the water, what plants are edible, what plants are poisonous. I did a video recently about, getting into the park, being fit, blah, blah.
Hey, Dave Knight, good to see you.
PV gave a good idea, gave a comment saying, why not learn 5 trees a year? You might say, well, why only 5? Well, just concentrate on the 5 so that you can learn every aspect about that tree. The leaves, the bark, the roots.
Yeah. So when you when you got sort of a basic physical stash of gear, and you've thought about your keeping yourself fit and healthier in case, people should look at or consider, depending on budget obviously and where they're going to find it, some sort of accumulation of skills and training. So look online for free online courses and start to develop a mindset where you're gathering essential skills and knowledge to just help you that little bit extra for all these little elaborations and flexibility that you can go for. Yeah, exactly. Like the free food for free book. But it's all right having the book, but you've got to be able to read the book for a start off and go out and see what is in your area.
Nice books
that's in that book, for instance, and then you can start to play around with it, see how to pick it, harvest it, collect it, and then process it into something you can eat. More often than not, foraging won't be
Hey, Myra Page, good to see you.
It won't be a sustainment event. It will be sort of an addition to your foodstuffs, and it could even be an extra sort of pastime and bolster up your stocks.
Hi, Crystal. Hi, Myra. Welcome. Hi, Bambi.
It won't hurt to actually start implementing some of it into your diet already. And it's something where a lot of people don't really do it that often. But if you just know the basics of what's around you, what you can eat out there in the natural world, and you start getting used to it. And I'm not saying this without doing it. Regularly, whenever I go on hikes locally and whenever I even go up to the shops, there's so much that grows naturally, like around here in South Africa, that I'm really grateful for. How much diversity of the flora there is. There's just so much that is edible, and if you start eating it now already, like your system absolutely gets so much more used to it, rather than this massive system shock compared to never eating it, knowing what is out there and edible, never eating any of it, and then in a disaster situation, while your system's dealing with everything else, in comes all of these random different foods that your body's not really used to. So also increasing your gut health so that you can digest food that you find a lot easier as well, And the way to do that is by having a lot of spicy food. Spicy food, even being able to grow some chilies and being able to include some chilies into your diet and diversify your diet. It increases gut health as well. So essentially your nutrition gets, like your body's able to absorb a lot more nutrition as well. So just consistently try and, be adaptable.
Invest in some good diarrhea tablets.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Really not a bad idea.
Well, yeah, exactly. If you look at look at the history of what ailments people come down with in third world countries or in wars or evacuations, stuff like that, and there's a common pattern develops: diarrhea, dehydration, for starters, and it's quite a big killer in many countries. Diarrhea, definitely.
It's a good idea. What you're saying, Guardian, as well about eating the food, because like you could start off with simple stuff like stinging nettles. You walk through the park, you see everyone knows stinging nettles. I think they're quite universal, but they're very good. Like PB said a while back about making cordage from the stinging nettle stems. You can eat the nettle, just put it over a fire, and that will burn off the sharp, what do you call it, the
hairs.
The hairs, yeah. So that will, if you put that over a fire, and it will just whittle down like that, then it's edible.
Better to be boiled, though, right? Nettle tea.
Yeah. Yes, you could make nettle tea. That I was going to come to that as well, but I'm just saying, start off with basic things like nettles, blackberries, things that you kind of know. Then you can maybe go on to daffodils, daisies. You can incorporate it into your salad at home, like Guardian was saying. Just whack a few nettles in there. Whack a few. I think PV recently didn't you make a pie or something with blackberries?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's common practice in UK that every sort of late August, September time, everyone goes out blackberry picking because they're everywhere, abundance and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, make pies out of them and all sorts. But I mean, Guardian alluded to something earlier about observing nature. So if you're sat in the garden or wherever you are, on the balcony or at your flat window or wherever, just take time, stop, and spend a good 20, 30 minutes maybe, or as long as you like, and just observe what is happening outside in terms of the animals, the insects, etc., etc. And because they're always in a constant fight for survival. You can learn so much from them, the way they do things, the way animals act, the way they call each other for alarm calls, the way they come out at night because in daytime there's too much threats and all this sort of stuff. And you can, animals look and they do things for specific reasons, and it's all geared towards survival.
Yes.
And I think we've lost touch with that sort of thing, obviously, because of the way we are, language and technological development and inventiveness, all this sort of stuff. But observing nature, you can't go far wrong.
If you want to start off by looking at things like squirrels, for example, I learned so much about survival by watching squirrels for over years. They're my friends now. They come to my window. I feed them. Once they even come in my kitchen. If I go to the garden, one will pop up from somewhere. If I walk to they sort of know me as well. I don't know. It's weird. You just sort of turn up and then one will just pop up right in front of me. And hello. But he knows me. I became his friend. I became their friend. So I watched them over the seasons because, of course, squirrels will run around looking for food, and then they will store it somewhere for the winter time.
Yeah, they bunker up. They stock up on nuts and other things.
They've got caches. They've got places where they know how to, get water. They got how to live in, and they're always moving around. We need to maybe write a book, Mike, or someone could write a book about it and call it the Squirrel Survival Book. I mean, as well as, oh, sorry, Shadow, they're edible as well. But I mean, I've never tried one. I wouldn't try one. Poor little things. I would. My poor little friend. I look at him. I say, I wouldn't do that. On it. You know, I might nick your peanuts.
Gil, you was going to say something there?
Yeah, sorry.
The had a squirrel moment there on it. Forgot it.
It's gone.
It's gone. It's gone. Just like the squirrel, it's gone.
Yeah. Well,
So
I have some luck in my area. I can find stinging nettles, but you have to pick them when they are young, not when they are.
The tops. Yeah.
Yeah.
The tops.
So
yeah.
I can get them on certain places. So.
Can you freeze dry nettles, Mike, Chef?
Probably if it's a vegetable, nettles, yeah. I mean, I freeze dry. When I freeze dry vegetables, I have freeze dried raw vegetables. That generally works, but when you rehydrate them, weird things can happen. So I'll generally blanch them. Like all my vegetables. What's that?
I was going to say, how about a book called Jill? Giving Jill ideas about books. How about the? Gosh, it's gone. It's left me. A squirrel's gone again. I've had a Jill moment. Sorry, I had a Jill moment.
Squirrel.
It's gone. It's gone. Hey, what's the fastest cake? What's the fastest cake in the world?
The Ethiopian.
Scone.
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone.
Scone. Yeah.
So I can show you guys something that I do once a week, and it's not very fitness orientated like the rest of the stuff. And I'll maybe just, so this is a brownie, right? It's pretty much all one large brownie. That's like a real, it's a Saturday evening kind of cheat for me to do with regards to my diet, because usually I'm extremely like cautious of what I eat. But yeah, that is definitely not advised and not what people are supposed to be doing. But if you guys are speaking about scones and cakes, and just for CR special there as well.
Lovely.
Okay. I got my squirrel moment back.
Yeah.
All right. So on Amazon, you can find, like the Forager's Guide for Wild Foods, Foraging Edible Plants. However, if I change up the search up here, Forager's Guide for Idaho. You got books of foraging in Idaho. You got books on foraging in in Missouri. And they're different because just about every state has different plants in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so you need to get
a
foraging book.
Has just general stuff, but it's not always
always
in your area.
Yeah, and you got to find out what's in your area and look up a book for your area. Foraging Guide for
Pennsylvania.
Well,
try one for London.
London. It'll show you pictures of garbage cans and dumpsters. That's where you go foraging there.
Okay. I tried to go. It pulled up for New England, northeast here, but foraging for Germany.
Great, yeah. So wherever you are out there, guys and girls,
yeah,
you can pick up books about your location and what is edible, what is not edible. Maybe get yourself a book, get out there. Sorry, Jill.
And find if there's local classes. Rebel Canners, Tammy McNeil, she's gone through a mushroom class several times because she keeps learning more every time she goes. So it's the class is coming up again. I'm going to go again and learn some more. Yeah, because with mushrooms, you can never learn too much about mushrooms.
I'm a raccoon. I forage in Bob's yard.
I would only eat wood pigeons. I wouldn't eat pigeons from any cities. I wouldn't eat pigeons. I would eat pigeons from the woods only. The wood pigeons.
Why the ones in the city are eating breadcrumbs that grandma's feeding them?
Yeah, but breadcrumbs is made from, if it's here in the United States, that breadcrumb is made from wheat that has been sprayed with glyphosate.
Oh, you said it right. Congratulations.
And seagulls, I don't know about seagulls if they're edible.
That's
nothing wrong with a good gull.
Those are
garbage.
truly rats with wings. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And actually quite easy
If
to
you're
catch.
hungry,
That's a trash
Seagulls.
panda.
Yeah.
Seagulls are trash birds. I mean, just
yeah.
I'll
But
tell
you know
you,
what? If you're starving to death and there's a seagull that lands near you that can't fly away quick, you're eating it.
That's
You're
going to
eating
look
it.
Know
like
how
a
to take
chicken.
it.
That's
Know
going to
how
look
to
like a
take it apart
chicken.
and cook it.
Mm-hmm.
either that or
As
I'm
a big-
using it for bait to try to fish with.
Well, no,
They're
you're going to
easy.
eat it.
They're quite easy to catch, seagulls.
Oh yeah.
There's
Just hold
there's
a
a
chicken
method.
bone over your head and they'll fly down and try to grab it. Yep.
Or if you got a small piece of bread, it's a bread seal. Wait a minute, I got some Alka-Seltzer. Put the Alka-Seltzer
Like a
in
fish
the
Don't talk about that on here.
Then you'll harvest the seagull later.
That'll
Sorry,
get you thrown
Shadow.
in jail in Maine. I know
Well,
that.
sorry, Shadow. All right, come on. I actually feel sad for animals. I mean, I don't know if I would eat my friend Freddie. His name's Freddie, you know. I look at him and I say, I wouldn't eat you, Freddie, in SHTF. Yeah, that's going to be. Yeah, that's
But the question there is, do the animals look at you and say the same thing?
No.
Yeah.
If they got claws, they probably are.
If you've got little cats, even house cats, and you lie there for long enough, they will eat your face.
They will.
Yeah, I saw a film once. It was an American film, and this guy was in an SHTF situation, and it was him and his dog. And the guy began to starve. He was starving, and then he started looking at the dog in a funny way, and the dog ended up running away. I can't remember the name of the film. It was a great film because the dog realised he's looking at me like I'm a chicken. The guy was like, "Yeah, come here, come here, buddy."
He ran away because the guy couldn't feed him anymore, and he's like, "I'm not eating that. That's disgusting." The dog went and found his own food.
No, the guy wanted to eat the dog. The guy wanted to eat the dog in the film, and the dog fenced it and run away.
That brings up to me the animated movie Minions, where they're crossing the ocean in the boat, and the one starts looking at the other one and goes, "Banana." Starts sucking on his head.
There's a question for you, PV. Oh, PV's gone. Oh, got to bang out. We'll catch you later, folks. There's plenty of recorded events where people have had plane crashes and they've actually eaten bodies.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's fresh frozen. You're good. Just kidding.
I do it recreationally, you know. I mean,
I'm not going to Bob's house no more.
Bob's Basement Bacon. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm definitely not going to Bob's house now.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
He wants some shish kebab.
Bob, you keep a little Asian nurse in your bug out bag.
Oh. Well, Bob's Basement Bacon for that special fentanyl flavor. You know?
Okay, it's a good one. We talked about water, food, the basics. What about keeping people calm? Like, you know, what are we going to do tomorrow? What are we going to do next week? What are we going to do about people going to be freaking out? You know,
it's a great point because we've just seen them Spanish power cuts. And you expect people to be absolutely, I mean, me, you, and all those guys on here would probably be fine in the first couple of days. We'd probably even be enjoying it in some sort of weird way. But people were freaking out straight away. Like within hours, not within days, within hours. People were going nuts.
No internet,
no
cell phone.
Yeah.
Die.
So that's going to be a skill to keep people, look, this has happened. We don't know when it's going to end. We don't know what else is going to happen. But what we do know immediately, our immediate needs are what? You know, shelter, get away from the danger zone, assess the situation, like Peavy would say, situational awareness, you know, staying, and like you're saying, Mike, they freaked out. A lot of people do freak out because
that's because that's your immediate needs. Their immediate needs is to post about this on Facebook, is to post about this on Twitter. And if they can't do that,
they're filming the neighbour starving to death. Look, my neighbour's starving to death while eating a burger.
Well, here's
Bob knows. Bob, I'm gonna speak for you, Bob. Bob will tell you flat out. when crap goes down like that, just stay low and out of the way. Let them all do their own thing. Just don't even interact with them. Stay away
Just
from
calmly walk away.
Yeah.
If it's a loved one that's near you that's freaking out, a mouthful of cold water will help them out.
Here's an American joke.
Give them a piece of chewing gum, a lifesaver to suck on. Distract them. Look them in the eye, and just calm. Just breathe. Keep breathing. Yeah. What's up?
So for you in the UK and in Europe, this is an American. This is an American joke. Bob gets it. Chef Tech gets it. This is an American
The sign on the restaurant says, "Our secret ingredient is our people."
Oh my God! I once heard this Jewish guy. He was talking about McDonald's, and he says, "Yeah, we put baby meat there."
The Donner Pass was, 100-something years ago when they're the first early pioneers on wagon trains. They got up in the mountains. They got stranded in winter, and they starved. And they ate each other. Yeah. Donner Pass.
Yeah, it was that football team who crashed.
Mm-hmm.
That was
I have watched that movie.
Down in South America.
Yeah, they've done it twice, haven't they? The original was called Alive, and then they did another one, a reversion of it recently, didn't they? Society, or I can't remember what it was called.
I thought they called it Delicious. First one was a practice run. This time we brought recipes and pots and pans.
Yes. Now we're living really good. Pass me another slice of Fernando.
We got this. Where's the fat? Where's Fat Alex? Yeah.
There was another film more recently about it was called The Grey Wolf, but they didn't get into cannibalizing. They tried to sort of self-rescue. Who was that in that film? The Grey Wolf. Was it called The Grey? I think it was called The Grey.
The Grey.
Yeah, I think that was it, The Grey or something like that. Yep.
Yeah, they ate one of the wolves.
Oh, Liam Neeson.
That's it. That's the one.
Yeah, they ate one of the wolves. They ganged up on it and killed it, and then they like when Liam Neeson's, I'm gonna shove a stick from its butthole through its mouth, and we're gonna cook this sucker. And they did. They cooked and ate one of the gray wolves that was trying to kill them.
And at the end, he's putting like bits of glass in his fist, ready to fight the wolf. I mean, you've got no chance against a pack of wolves.
Yeah.
You ate my friend Jimmy. I know you. Yeah. You ate my friend Jimmy.
I only saw one wolf in the wild along one of the riverbanks out here. Baby, you ain't got a chance. No, I'm telling you, even you ain't got a chance, because these are not a dog. They're not. They're wow. I've never seen anything that can walk or trot that fast. They can just at a trot can run faster than a dog. And it's about twice or three times the size as a dog.
The skill set of fighting is incredible, because if you think about it, you go and attack a deer, and it's got those antlers. Certain animals have got serious antlers, and also a deer. A deer is quite a dangerous animal. I mean, I don't know if you've seen.
They'll kick the crap out of you. Yep.
Deers kick the crap out of dogs all day long, but a wolf is a different animal.
Yeah.
If just a quick word of advice: if you're going to go for a deer, don't go bare knuckle. Tool up for the hunt.
Because they can kick. They can really, kick you bad, or stab you with the antlers. So wolves are quite, they're not Mickey Mouse when it comes to.
And you got to remember, wolves, coyotes, and all that are pack animals.
Yep, they are.
Mm-hmm. One will come in distracting you, and two others are going to attack you from your flanks.
That's right. They don't travel alone. Yeah.
I tell you what, a lot of prepper fiction, be it like film or be it books, tell you about how domesticated animals revert to being pack animals. Do you think that's accurate? And
yes,
how long do you think that takes?
Yeah,
it is.
Well, it depends if they're young. If they're young,
I ran into an incident when I was growing up. I had to walk about a mile to get to the school bus stop, and out in the country is where I grew up. People would drop their dogs and cats off. Oh, it's okay, Marvin. And they throw them out of their. Well, there was a pack of them, and they started packing up. They were just domestic dogs, and they were killing calves and any chickens, anything. And then one day when I was walking home, they came out of a horse pasture and they surrounded me because I was all by myself. I was just a kid. I was swinging my books and kicking at them, and I knew better. Don't run, but I stood my ground, and then I got lucky because somebody came up in a car, and he saw what was happening, and he honked the horn and shoved them out of the way, gave me a chance to get out of there. But not long after that, county sheriff with some of the men in my neighborhood got their rifles, and they went out and they killed them because you're not. No, dude. They reverted back to savage.
Yeah. I know.
Oh,
but it's still sad because,
dude, they went after me. They were going to kill me and eat me. They've gone over that line. Bye.
The other thing you asked about how quick it can happen. It can happen fairly quick. It can even happen that quickly with people. Just look at a riot. They get together, they act stupid. They're instantly stupid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's not.
You don't have to worry about the zombie apocalypse. You got to worry about the crowd apocalypse.
Yeah, we've got pack animals here, and they're usually youths.
Yeah, because you can see one will start picking on somebody, and then that one getting picked on starts to run away. 40 of them join the chase. It's like, we got him now, and it's just a gang running after some poor kid or whatever. And we've all seen those videos, and it's a sick, sad world.
I've been in some pretty close calls overseas and here in the States, mostly overseas. Whatever you do, don't run. If there's gunfire, if there's craziness going on, don't run. Don't do it.
Two massive dogs. Run. I was walking in the mountains with my one of my ex-girlfriends back in the day, and on Argentina, South America, and we were doing some rambling in the mountains, and out of nowhere, this really big Doberman and German Shepherd just came out of nowhere, just went they went towards my girlfriend, and I straight away I put her behind me, and I put myself between the dogs and my girlfriend, and straight away you can't be like, you have to go wild mode. I went into wild mode, like
swinging,
picking up sticks and. Because that's oh, by the way, you guys have got to develop your wilderness, your growls. That's a joke, by the way. But stay calm, like you're saying, Bob. Stay calm. A lot of people are going to go nuts. Staying calm. Like people are going to be in a frenzy. You see them with looting. All of a sudden, one starts doing it, two start doing it. Next minute, 15 are looting. Cars are stopping. Oh, they're looting in that shop. Let's get out of our car and we'll loot. And all of a sudden, it's like a domino effect.
Luckily, in the first few days, they'll all be going for big tellies at the electronic stores, though, so we won't bother us.
One scene. Oh, you talking about TVs? One scene I saw in Hurricane Katrina. There was this guy wading through the water. The water's up to his chest. And he's carrying a massive TV above his head. I'm thinking, where are you going with that TV?
Good question. That was the hurricane in Louisiana a bunch of years back.
Yeah.
There's no electricity, nothing, but let's steal TVs. Okay.
Yeah, and the Rodney King riots are not Rodney King, but the last riots of 2020 here in Seattle area. After
George Floyd.
After it was over, wife and I drove down in the old part of Tacoma where all the riots were at. These people lost all their humanity because it was it's called Pacific Avenue. It runs right downtown, the old part of Tacoma. They turned into savages. They ruined every small business down there. I
saw that on the video footage. I saw that. Yeah, I saw a lot of that.
Yep.
There was guys standing on this kind of motorway bridge, filming down, saying, "Look what the people are doing down there." It's going crazy, and avoid the crowds. If we can say anything to people, if you do see crowds building up, to go and just get away, just move away.
Yeah, just kind of walk backwards, slowly turn, and just to get out of sight, then run. Once you're out of sight, they can't see you, can't see them. Run.
Run, yeah,
One,
you can do that.
Girl, there was a girl in this country during some London riots, and this girl, because everybody was in a frenzy, she got involved in the frenzy, and she put a hand through a window that had been smashed, and she grabbed a donut. Okay. So what happened to her? She got 6 months in prison.
I hope it was worth it. Better be one hell of a donut.
And the woman, turns out she had a Porsche. She had a really good job. And they said to her, why did you do that? You got a really good job. And she said, I just got caught up in the frenzy, you know, and oh, there's a jam donut, you know. Oh, there's some food there. You know, I'll grab it. It's free. Like, you know, oh, I'm a bit hungry. So don't get tempted, guys. If you see a shop window smashed open and there's a £6,000 TV there, camera there, don't be tempted. I mean, you know, if it's for serious, if it's for like really survival needs, like water, and you have to get water, you have to get some food. But for, you know, getting arrested over a jam donut, and not only that, if PV was in there, say, well, okay, when it comes back to some kind of normal, you know, it's going back to being normal. All those camera footage of you stealing cars, TVs, they're going to come and get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was SHTF. So I saw them, you know, everyone grabbing stuff. Yeah, but they're still a thief. They're still stealing.
I'll tell you a true story I saw on local news was during the George Floyd riots in the city of Tacoma. A woman was seen lighting a police car on fire. Dude, they found her. She had a little tiny tattoo on her wrist. The cameras picked it up, and they tracked her down through that little tiny tattoo. And they found her in a residential area in the city of Tacoma. She was actually a resident of some place in California and was listed as a missing person.
Wow.
So whatever you want to do, dude, they're still arresting people from those riots back in 2020.
Keep tattoo free. Keep tattoo free and don't be identified.
Yeah.
I thought about getting one years ago. I'm like, no.
No, just don't do crime.
Exactly.
Just don't do anything. Don't do anything illegal. I mean, even if it's SHTF situation, you still got to be aware. You know, you still got to be aware. Like Bob was saying, they'll still come. Oh, you're the one who did that. Oh, okay, come on. We need to refill the prisons now. We need to get the business going back again.
Yeah. But I think people know this, and this is why the worst case scenario is the complete power outage, right? Because they think cameras off, no evidence. So even the people that were on the edge who wouldn't do it just through riots, when there's no power whatsoever, no chance of cameras, then lots more are going to be doing it.
Well, there's people here, I'm sure they've got lists.
Don't forget about
they
these.
want to go and steal.
Yeah,
people. That's how she got caught. Somebody was in the sidelines taking pictures, and that's how she got caught, by some private individual with a camera taking pictures. Busted. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up as well. Don't be tempted to start filming people fighting, whatever, because they might come after you.
Yeah, they don't want to be
and
seen.
Another problem with riots, let's say if you are on your way home and you meet the riots on your way home, they can arrest you to be in that riot.
Yeah.
So you need to be careful on
if your cell phone is on and ping, if you're getting near a riot, shut your phone off and put it in a bag, a Faraday bag or something, and go around, because just the fact your cell phone went through the area, you're going to be, you'll be not busted, but you'll be on a list of people to investigate.
Yeah.
Because they know every phone, they know where every phone is.
Yeah. And now they're bringing out phones that are, the battery can't come out of the phone. They're making phones now that with an inbuilt
they've been like
battery.
that for years over here. Yeah, like the iPhones and that, you ain't taking a battery out.
That's
you better throw it in a Faraday bag.
So even if you turn it off, it's still on. They can still hear you.
Yep.
Even if you turn it off and you try and you think the battery's low, some of these mobile phones have got tiny little batteries in them to keep just enough power to be able to listen in. I talk to the CIA all the time. I tell them, look, I'm coming for you guys. Eventually I'll get you. And MI6, CIA, M9, whatever the German one's called, Gestapo, they all work for the same people. There ain't no different separate countries. That's a lie.
See, the problem is, like 6 years ago, everyone might have thought, "Oh, you're a bit of a conspiracy crazy there, sort of the real." You know, that's no one's listening. But I'm sure everyone here has had the experience of, "Oh, we're talking about a subject. All of a sudden, my adverts are on that subject."
Correct.
Yes.
That's happened to me. Yes. That has happened to me. Yep. Talking to the wife about new tires or an oil change or something like that. Bang. Hey, wait a minute. What the hell is this? You go onto
your internet channel. Next minute, there's an advert on what you was thinking about, even what you were talking about. I've even found things where I've not spoken. I just thought them, and I've seen it on the internet, and I've seen it come up on my laptop. I'm like, how the hell did this thing know my thoughts even?
But let me go back to that topic of the young lady who was caught burning a Tacoma police squad car during the riots. They caught her with that tattoo, and she was from the state of California, listed as a missing person. These radicals are deep ingrained. They are very well organized, and don't underestimate them. These people are ruthless. They know what they're doing, and their leadership have toppled governments across the globe. They know what they're doing. Don't underestimate them for a moment. So if you see a group of people and you get that gut feeling, man, turn around and get out of there. Drop whatever you're doing and get out of there.
I'm not scared of none of them. I'm not scared of none of these people. That's what they're doing to the planet. What they're doing to everybody now is fear, and everyone's going along with it out of fear. Fear.
Well,
God has not given us the spirit of fear. You know, if you feel fear, that's from the devil. Why should I fear my government? Why should I fear the CIA? Why should I fear MI6? Are they evil?
I fear the incompetence of our government. Does that count?
I
agree.
Yeah, but they're paid to be incompetent. If someone said to you, Mike, I want you to come and do a job for me for 2 or 3 years, and by the end of that job, or maybe halfway through that job, people are going to hate you. They're going to wish you were dead. You know, but don't forget, but at the end of your career, you're going to get police protection. You're going to be a multi-millionaire. I mean, how much is Obama worth now? When he came into president, he was worth 1-point-something million. Now he's worth over 70 million.
Oh yeah, the public speaking gigs they get alone after a presidency.
Yeah, 50 grand an hour.
Oh yeah, big time.
Tony Blair's wife was getting 50 grand an hour. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, you got the Clinton Foundation. You got the Tony Blair. You got the Tony Blair Institution. You think, well, how comes these guys have got these massive companies, and then they're working for multi-million-pound globalist companies? I mean, these people need to be brought down a peg or two. Us people need to bring the government back into it's like a horse, and you've let go of the reins of government, and they're bolted. And they're doing what they want now. Lockdown, don't speak to each other, stand 6 feet apart. It's nonsense. And we take it. And instead of the people saying no, I mean, what was the whole point of going to America? The Constitution, protested against Rome. Where is that?
Take it easy, dude. Take it easy. Take it easy. We don't just simply sit there and take all this. We prepare for it. That's what we're doing right now. All of us sharing ideas, stuff to get together, how to conduct yourself. We don't just simply take it.
Thanks, Bob.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that.
That's what's happening, and we're so divided. And then we've got these different types of communities, which I don't even want to mention. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. But then they divide communities so much that no one knows what's going on anymore. Who knows? And then you get a few people saying, well, this is going on. And as Mike said, they'll go, yeah, conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories. But who brought up the word conspiracy theory? That's a good one. Wasn't it the CIA?
Yeah, it was the CIA right after the Kennedy assassination. They came up with conspiracy theorists to stop people from thinking something else happened other than what they were telling us in the books and in the historical references.
Yeah.
So that's where conspiracy theorists came from.
How I live and what keeps me calm. There's only so much I can control, and that's what's inside of my four walls and what's on my little piece of property. That's it. The rest of it, be aware of it and know that there's nothing I can do about it, and just focus on what I can do. That's it.
It's all about spheres of influence, right?
Correct. Well said, Mike. Thank you.
All these organizations like CIA, MI6, they all work for the same elites. It's all under the pyramid of power. They all work for the communism, socialism. It's all this stuff is all tactics to divide people. And I had a theory. I don't know if you guys, what you might think of this. And you know the film Lord of the Rings. For years I was pondering, what is that? What is it all about? Is it gold? Whoever's got the most gold has got the power. Is it money? And then, but most recently, I came up with this theory. I don't know what you guys are going to think. Maybe you might add on. I think the Lord of the Rings is the Lord of the Rings of peoples. So whoever's got the control of the mob is, got the power. When you see the film Lord of the Rings, you'll see the person who's holding the ring, all of a sudden his eyes sort of light up. He's got this power now. I'm thinking it's whoever controls the people, the rings of people, has got the power. And that's what's happening around the world. Mob mentality, consumerism. They're the biggest firm in the planet, I think. Consumers. You go shopping with money, everyone's smiling at you. Go shopping without no money and you see how much they'll smile at you.
They're not smiling, but they're watching you because they know you got no money. They want to make sure you don't steal from them.
You see, but when you got money and you're shopping, everyone's your friend. Like, yeah, you're part of us. The club. You're going to McDonald's. Yeah, you're going to go to Steak Burger Shop or whatever.
Dude, I would watch you too. A freaking raccoon with a chef's hat goes walking in my business. Eyes are going to be on you.
Oh, dude, everybody watches me when I walk in. They're like, wow, a raccoon chef. That's cool. What can you do, buddy? I'm like, hold on a second. Let me go rooting through your garden while you're not looking and steal your earwig.
Chef, by the way, I had a long-term welding project. I'm done. I made a bed frame trebuchet for you so I can trebuchet or catapult your ass to the drunk neighbor lady's backyard. Yeah, you come in my backyard again, you're going to go over there, you're going to land right in her drunken lap. Enjoy it, dude.
Because if her cat's missing, she'll think I'm her cat. That's not fair. I don't like you anymore, Bob.
Chef, when you walk in, do they not say, "Oh, Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy really let himself go"?
Yeah, he decided to pick up a real career and start cooking instead of just blasting shit. They just don't know what I'm cooking.
You see, I think fear is going to become a big issue, like Mike said, and about in Spain, people are panicking. I think fear is going to become a massive issue. And, what are we going to do now? Where are we going to find water? Where are we going to find food? How are we going to stay warm? And the fear that people are going to have. And so for me, that's why I don't get scared easily. What are they going to do? Carolina they know our every move. We can't hide from them. But you know something, Carolina? We also know their every move. They can't hide from us.
Fear has a purpose. It can be put to good use. Yeah, fear tells you when you should hide, run, stuff like that.
Fight or flight.
Yeah, there's definitely a purpose for it, but I understand what you're saying in general as a mass on whole, like the population wise sort of thing. I get what you're saying, but like Bob says, it's spheres of influence, and this whole title is focusing on what truly matters. And I get that we're trying to list water and, you know, the key preps, but what truly matters to you is what's in your sphere, is your family, is yourself, is your health.
Loved ones. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what truly matters, and that's what it should all be centered around.
Yeah. As I was talking to Shadow beforehand, not knowing where PV wanted to go with it, I was saying, you know, what really matters is family. So you prepare your family, you get the food for the family, the training for the family.
Yeah.
You do your family, your immediate family, and then like Bob, you have your expanded family over in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
And family you build your family.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, you guys, I posted a few days ago of those little motion detector lights, the solar lights.
Oh, yeah.
I've got 4 more of those coming sometime today. In fact, I'm going to take those with me when I go overseas next time and put them in my suitcase and give those to my family.
Where exactly are those things in your yard? I'm asking for a friend.
You're asking for another raccoon, huh?
I got cousins.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And which one of them has the automatic pew mounted to it? That
No, I ain't gonna shoot nobody. I'm gonna put you in a freaking big ass slingshot and throw you over to the drunk lady next door. There you go. That's worse than death, Chef, and that's what's coming your way.
Hey, Mark, did you see what the Watchman said about you?
Which one? Let
me scroll back here. It was
Rocket Ramsey.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that. I'm like, yeah. Get out of my dumpster. What do you think? I eat in a restaurant?
Oh, did you get that? Did you get that CR? I did fire you today. The first chance I've had in weeks now. So
yeah,
you're fired. Yeah, I'm glad I got
feels
it.
good for you, Bob. Right?
It does. It does. It makes me feel powerful. Oh boy.
Yeah, there was I remember reading the list
got that right.
ago. I remember reading the list years ago somewhere, and I can't remember, but there's like the stages of basically the unprepared when catastrophe happens. You know, the things that people go through in general in order. Like, and I forget, it's like first it's like, you know, crap happened. Oh my God, now what? Now you're not really scared. You're just like mesmerized by what's going on, depending on the situation. And then there's another stage, and fear is in there. And then I forget, and I wish I could remember where I read that. It was probably at about 12 or 15 things, and it didn't end well for people who are just absolutely unprepared for everything.
Fear turns to anger and resentment because why are these guys prepared? Why didn't they get me prepared?
Yeah, that type of thing. Yeah, exactly.
So are we not talking about the same as what the class as the 7 stages of grief? Because that would be shock and disbelief, followed by denial, which we know will happen, followed by anger, then bargaining, depression, and then testing and acceptance. Well, maybe not acceptance.
That sounds pretty much like it. I think there were a couple other things involved with, crap hit the fan. But yeah, that's basically the same. Doesn't matter what you're in. I mean, it's generic.
I think that denial period will last a long time with the lights will come back. Oh, they're going to come back on next week, and they're coming. Don't worry about it. They're working on it. It'll come back on, and other people are like, yeah, no, they're not. But
no one's coming to save us.
You just keep on believing.
I've worn this out and about all day, and I've had a few looks, but.
Yeah, I was watching that thing about the Katerina, and there was this woman. She was saying, "We've been here for 3 days, and no one's brought us water."
Yeah, exactly.
That should be a wake-up call.
Yeah.
I mean, wait another couple days, and don't worry, you won't need to worry anymore.
We've got. Sorry, go on.
Go on, bro.
I was just going to say we've got islands in Scotland at the moment whose only source of food is a single co-op, and co-op's been hacked, and now that supply is running dry. And I've got Prue's part of my Discord who said he's literally seen people have started to panic and stuff like that. He's prepared and stuff like that, but one shop losing power on a small island like that. It's happened in no time whatsoever.
Well, this is it. Most people out there in general have only got 2 or 3 days worth of food in their house.
Yeah, most of that's garbage, like chips and dip, and maybe a couple cans of instant soup or something.
And 2 packs of soda.
Yeah,
and salt and pepper in the cupboard.
Oh,
not Seven Oceans ration bars.
No, I saw something today that just fits right in with the sheeple out there. I went to the supermarket. I got the dried fruit so I can sample. Walking out of there, I'm going to go to the coffee shop, get my hot sandwich. Oh, anyway, a guy comes running out of the supermarket in a cart full of stuff. He just stole it all. You know what was in his shopping cart?
Soda,
chips, and soda.
Yeah,
big cases of soda and bags of chips.
That was the guy that
right past me, and I went, "Wow, you're the definition of dickhead."
Listen, at least
to shop for the Super Bowl party. He had to go get supplies really quick.
At least they run.
The big winner on supermarket sweeps.
Listen, at least they run over in the States. In the UK, they've stopped running because they've realised the security won't do anything, and they just casually walk out of the shop.
Mm-hmm. That's the way it was too in California when Newsom first said, "We're not going to charge shoplifters unless it's over so many thousands of dollars."
You announced this? You announced?
Yes, he did. He announced it.
They go in there with garbage bags and a calculator. They load up and they just walk out the door.
Here's the back door with law enforcement in my area. I'm subscribed to a Facebook page that's for several small cities around my area. They've got cameras set up with blinking blue lights and all that in the parking lots, and all that is right out there in the open. They take pictures of these guys. That's correct. Store security doesn't stop them, but they take pictures of them and they'll circulate their pictures out to different Facebook pages and law enforcement in the area. Guaranteed, eventually one of their druggy buddies or thieving buddies is going to turn them in for a reward.
I mean,
and that's how they pick them up. Mm-hmm.
I don't blame the staff, but I couldn't stand by. If it was my shop as a small business, I couldn't stand by. But I don't blame the staff. My brother used to work at one of the biggest car phone warehouses in the UK, in Manchester, which is just a huge phone shop, basically. And they came in there and they were just like stood on top of the counters, kicking the security phones. So you know how they're tethered, kicking them off, ripping them off, and all the staff just stood back because that's what what they're told to do, and B. Right. Are you going to risk it for minimum wage?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. They do that. One of the supermarkets my daughter worked in had 2 entrances, same entrance exit, 2 of them. And then after, as the evening wore on, they were open 24/7. After it got about 10 o'clock at night, they only had like one cashier all the way near one side, and that's where customer service was. So people would walk in there, get their shopping cart loaded up with meat, everything else, and then just walk out the door. Nobody was around. They finally got smart and locked the door up and said, "You must use the other entrance." And you have to walk past the cashier to get out. And people still try to just roll their cart right out the door. The cashier will generally try to stand in front of it. But if they get angry and irritated, you just let them go and call the police because they're not allowed to touch them.
Do your supermarkets have all them self-service things over there?
Oh, yeah.
You scan it. Yeah. So the thing over here, I used to live in quite a student town, and basically these students on their receipt, they had about £12 worth of potatoes, but they didn't. Everything was just getting weighed as potatoes because you didn't scan potatoes, you weighed them.
Right, exactly.
So you put a nice big joint of beef on there, potatoes. That's £2. I'll throw that in. And they were just paying for potatoes.
Yeah.
But
Carolina said that she's on minimum income and she's talking about, I've just got a little tip for you, Carolina. Most of the stores have the sort of, if you go to, I don't know what kind of stores you've got in America or where you are, Carolina, but in England, we've got these stores like Sainsbury's, Marks and Spencer's, and they do their own brands, and quite often they're very cheaper. You might find, for example, we've got bagged the pasta, and we've got a company called Sainsbury's, and they'll be their own brands, and quite often that stuff will be cheaper. That's a little tip for you. And you could also get yourself a little cooking stove at home if the gas runs out or the electric runs out. Because she was saying about how she's got minimal money. So there's a little tip. When you go shopping, look for the sort of the unbranded stuff that's cheaper. And every time you go shopping, just get a few bits, a few tins of baked beans, few packets of pasta. Every week, you'll be surprised after 6 months how much you've got.
On the same note, look at the ways to preserve foods, because supermarkets will reduce foods to next to nothing when they're about to go out of date. If you can get that home and preserve it quickly, it's good for a long time.
Don't feed the raccoons.
Just scrolling back in the chat here, Carolina was talking about we have enough pork on hand for a year, but no power. I'm screwed. That's where canning comes in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, canning, whatever. Yeah, jerky, whatever you can. But once the power's out and that stuff's in your freezer, it's barbecue time. Because it ain't going to last forever. Yeah, and if that power doesn't come back on, you're either going to be throwing the food out or eating it and gorging on it, figuring, I might as well fatten up on the calories and protein now, because I'm not going to have it here in about 3 days when the temperature of my freezer is above 45 degrees. You're done.
And if you can get backup power, even if it's temporary, that at least gives you time to then process that meat that's going to defrost.
Do something with it.
Yep.
My wife knows. She knows if the power goes out here and it's a prolonged period of time. Oh yeah, the propane. I got a bunch of propane tanks. The big stove comes out, I will be canning everything out of the free as it thaws. I'll be canning. We'll be eating it, and then I'll be canning whatever I can and have to. I don't care what it is. I mean, I'll put just beef in a jar. Doesn't matter. You don't need seasonings in there. You can add seasonings later. You still got the beef or pork or whatever.
Yeah. Good thinking.
Carolina's put in the chat here. I get store brands side dishes, but can't afford any extra yet. I did before I sold my house, but camper life is more expensive than I thought.
Which country is that?
Carolina, is that America?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, okay. I'm wondering if camper life can be expensive in this country because they'll charge you wherever you go, unless it's Scotland where it's free camping, unless you're doing it stealth somewhere you shouldn't.
They're cracking down now worldwide on camper vans. Apparently in the UK, motorhomes are going to be gone by 2030. They want to introduce electric. Greece has already banned camping vehicles from parking in public. You can't park anywhere in public. If you go to Greece in a camper and you go to the beach, you're going to get a €300 fine.
Wow.
And if you go from the campsite, so they want you to travel from campsite to campsite. So if you decide to go from the campsite to the local store to buy some supplies, you're going to get a fine, €300. So they're going to basically do this worldwide.
That's madness. They're
cracking down. There's so many people. I've just rebuilt my own camper van. They're going to get away. They're going to get a shock, because even in UK now, all over the place, you're seeing these signs coming up saying no camping here overnight.
Yeah, no overnight parking. We already have those here, but I mean, I think they can enforce it to a point. In UK a whole lot better because it's mostly city, except for some of the outlying areas. Maybe United States. Now you could drive to a state park or somewhere, a rest area on a highway, and you can sleep for the night. You're just sleeping for one night. Cops aren't going to give you a ticket because it's like, why are you sleeping? It's like, because I'm tired. I don't want to wreck my.
Yeah, that I was just going to say that should the irony of that saying you can't sleep at like a motorway services. You could have been driving for 4, 5, 6 hours. You could have done a full shift beforehand. You'd rather me not sleep here, right? Is that what you're saying?
Get some coffee and go home. It's like, it's a 26-hour drive, so I can only drink so much coffee, you know?
I've just subscribed to Carolina's channel. If anybody hasn't subscribed yet, please do so. I've just subscribed to Carolina, and she's got hogs.
Carolina Kane Family Homestead. Good channel.
I've sent out a couple emails here to some of you guys. The nonsense has already started here. Okay, I'm going to sub to that channel too.
I'm putting up the link here.
I sent out some emails with some information about a local railroad that's been shut down by a railroad trestle that just mysteriously lit on fire.
Yeah.
You guys who got the emails, PV was one of them, and I said that this was a privately owned railroad. They were upgrading it so they can take passengers and freight from different small mountain towns in the Cascade Mountains. And they were upgrading the railroad to where they can haul heavy loads of freight from a sawmill that's out in Morton, Washington. And what I mean by, okay, sawmills draw the radicals because, you're killing the trees, all that stuff.
Yeah, get a plastic bag. Okay, yeah, sure. That didn't work out well.
You know what I mean? And how do I say this delicately? They discovered that there was the work crew was out there working on this trellis, getting it upgraded. Now it's going from small town to small town to small town, avoiding the highway, and now that thoroughfare is shut down because somebody radical lit that trellis on fire while the work crew was getting dinner. The work crew took some of their small carts to Morton, Washington, and they had dinner, and they're coming back out to the work site, and the trellis was lit on fire. That's the radicals doing that shit. I have mentioned in videos and on lives before about end of the road communities where you've only got one way in and one way out. You're in trouble because now there's no railroad. Now they can shut down the highway and you're stuck, guys. You're out there. No one's going to come to save you.
No.
So, yeah. That's what I mean by I sent that email out to several different people out there. Just have a look at what they're doing right now. It's not even summertime. It's not even summertime yet.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can
summer.
Wait till summer, and when they light forest fires and those people in those small towns can't get out. Baby.
Look what happened in Haiti. Was that Haiti where the people couldn't leave their cities? They were blocked in.
Yep.
The police kept them in. You can't leave. What do you mean we can't leave? There's a big fire behind us.
I'll post this video here, in the side chat for you guys to take a look and see if I'm off base or not. I'm not. I'm not off base. I've seen the radicals' behavior before, and fire is their best friend, man. That's a link to the video. The owner of that small railroad, scenic railroad. Sons of bitches.
They did the same thing down by Santa Cruz for the railroad down there, the Big Trees Railroad.
Yeah.
Fortunately, because basically it did a spiral, and to get up the grade. Fortunately, there was a draw there that wasn't that they could use, and what they did is they backed up that draw, and they did a back and forth to get the elevation on it, and they were able to put that in really quick. And but yeah, as far as it was a tourist railroad down there, the Big Trees Railroad with the side powered Shea engines, and so they put that in, and they backed up, left it, backed up, and then backed onto where the line was before.
Yeah, Gil. That's how this railroad started, was tourism.
Yeah,
a steam engine. They've also got diesels and all that, but started as tourism, and now they're buying the railroad between small cities, and they're when they bought a piece of railroad that goes out to Morton, Washington, which has 2 sawmills in it, that's when they burned the bridge. Because there's a radical group that's out here that they're like the eco warriors, Yeah.
Oh,
Stop
yeah.
logging. Stop.
Yeah.
That's a yeah.
Warrior.
I'm sure that's
I heard
them.
about those groups.
Can I
Yep.
ask what the hell we're supposed to do? Because we can't take down the trees, so we can't have our paper straws, which I don't really like anyway. We can't have plastic straws because it's killing everyone. Soon we're going to have our very own glass-blown straws to have a drink at McDonald's. What's going on?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, stainless steel straws. Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
Stainless steel straws have a dual purpose, but I won't go there on this channel.
But every time my kids have a drink, I haven't got time to get a little brush out going like this in a steel straw.
Here's the insanity of what they just did is they could go. They were gearing up to haul freight from those lumber mills out there in Morton down the mountainside and go closer to the cities with one steam engine would haul lots of that lumber. Right now that they got that shut down, now you need 50 semi trucks to haul the lumber out of the mountains.
Yeah, destroying the roads and all that stuff. Yeah.
And not to mention, they just isolated those little small towns. You know,
they don't get paid to think; they just get paid to do.
That's right. Yeah. I'm glad you said that they get paid because they do. They get paid. They're useful idiots. Is what they are. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, they've been drinking that Kool-Aid for so long they can't think anymore.
Yeah, let's make sure 150 semi trucks are on the road instead of one steam engine getting it out, all that lumber out of the mountain. Oh, but it's killing the trees. Yeah, rail is better. You better it is, CR. You know it is. Yeah. But I thought you guys might want to look into that, and I probably have that like as a topic on my Sunday live, you know, something like that.
Bob, did you hear about the Eagle guys stopped them from fixing the power lines and putting them underground through the Pacific Palisades area there in LA?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's this wildflower. It's very rare. You got it stopped.
Oh,
Guess
boy.
what? Burnt all of it gone.
The
Pacific Palisade fire, because it's all gone. Because the power lines had a short.
Oh, good God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
going for a bathroom break. I'll be back in a.
Yeah.
Sue me said filthy combustion engines.
Hey, you forgot to say she also laughed afterwards too.
That was the. So I'm not going to cry with it. I can't do the emoji face.
She's laughing so hard she's crying.
I'm sending a link to this railroad story to Virginia Roots if she can join me on Sunday. I think it might be a good topic. You know, the eco warriors, or I don't want to put myself in too much danger because they are crazy people, but you know.
Yeah.
Oh, have you guys seen the Just Stop Oil people that we have over here?
Oh God, they're here too.
Yeah, and they're also like damaging like famous artworks and monuments. And it's just like you're not getting the point across you want to get across. You're just making people hate you.
Yep. I saw some videos of that, Mike, where some people in Europe and in America were getting out of their cars and beating the dog snot out of those people. They're not taking it anymore.
Oh, and we've had it here as well. People are sick of it. I mean, at one point they're blocking a road and an ambulance is trying to get through, and they're still not making contingencies for it. So, truck drivers and a few cab drivers decided, let's just drag them out the way.
I saw a recent, not too long ago, video of they tried that stuff on one of the Navajo reservations.
Wrong place.
The Indian police are their own department.
Yeah,
they are not. Yeah, they are not snuggly. They are not huggy.
You do something bad enough on the reservation, you never leave the reservation.
Dude, this freaking reservation cop plowed his patrol car right into their stuff that they're all tied together and big. Have you ever seen an American Indian guy who's big? They're like super size. He gets out and he's like, rah,
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah, it's they don't answer to the state government. They don't answer to the federal government.
Nope, that's their land. You know, you're blocking the highway here. Now you're gonna get hurt. And some of them did, man. Those
Now
reservation
you're
cops-
part of the highway.
to mess with, man.
No.
Oh man.
Kind of envy them in that way where it's
Yeah.
they've got that kind of control over their own community, right?
I respect it.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I don't. There's several reservations around my home, and it's very well known that if you're an outsider, you should have an escort.
Yeah.
Because they're not real warm and welcoming. I'm not saying they're going to kill you or nothing, but my cousin went on a reservation once without knowing it, and some guy got in a pickup truck and he ran after her in her car and run her off the reservation. You know, they're not. Yeah. That's their land. Leave them alone. Don't go there unless you're invited.
Yeah, they have tourist versions of this. If you want to go there, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, you get that sign, that red sign with white letters that says "Go no further." Go no further.
Yeah, their tourist version of that here in Washington State, Mike, is a reservations. Reservation casinos. They have casinos with restaurants. The best chefs in the world, man. They have some of the most killer food in the world. And
I don't work there.
Yeah. I didn't say raccoon. I said a chef. No, but that's all the further you should go unless you're invited. But yeah, I when I started off with when that reservation cop beat the crap out of some of those people. God, about 6'10", 300-pound Indian gets out. Guess what? You're on the reservation.
I wonder if they're still doing protests.
I haven't seen any from them recently. Are they still doing protests like that in Europe also? Or
I think they've started. It's becoming more risky for them because, like you say, people have stopped taking it. Right?
Yeah.
So it's just I just don't understand it because it's not. I'm all for protests, right? Don't get me wrong, everyone. If something's wrong in your country and you can make a difference, by all means, stand up and do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't the right message.
No,
you weren't affecting the government. You were just pissing off the people.
Yeah, the people are not. You want to win the people's hearts and minds. You don't want to make them late for work and get docked and pay or get fired. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm going to bounce out of here, guys. I got to get outside. I got to get outside for a little while. But all right.
Just got a text from the staff sergeant. She's now in Winnemucca, Nevada. And that puts her out at WI Winnemucca. There it is. And that puts her at 6 hours and 14 minutes away from me. She's almost halfway home.
Good deal. Yeah.
That's madness. If I drive for 6 hours, I'm in a different country.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing about the States. It's a freaking enormous, man. You don't really realize it until you get behind the wheel and start driving. You know, wow.
Yeah, because I when I went to Texas, it's all flat.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've never seen horizons like it. I'm like, I didn't realize I could see this far because you can't see that far anywhere in the UK because there's hills. Mm-hmm. And then I made the mistake of I came up to a crossing. There was a train coming, and there was people darting across. And I'm not going to do that. In the UK, you wait, and then the train goes past, and you carry on. I didn't realize the train would be 10 miles long and take about half an hour to get past. Mm-hmm. I'm like, falling asleep at the side of the road.
Yeah, just put it in park, turn your car off. We're used to it here because I live not too far from the seaport, so we get coal trains and also food trains, grain trains going out to the ports to sell internationally. And Okay, put it in park, turn it off, and just sit there. It's going to take a while.
Average over here is 2 to 3 carriages. You know, some of the big long distance trains might be 4 to 6 carriages. So that's the trains I'm used to. So you can imagine I'm like, why can't I see the end of this?
Just see the ones we got in Pennsylvania. You see three engines coming through, and then cars. You're like, okay, 3 engines. This is going to be a pretty big one. Yeah. Halfway through the freight train, 3 more engines in the middle. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Oh my God, I just shut the car off and take a nap for an hour.
And then they got a pusher motor in the back. That's those coal trains that come from Utah and different states.
Yeah.
That coal's heavy, dude.
Yeah.
Just
and the ones going across the Nevada flatlands out there, the flats, you can get out there and you look 5 miles up there. Oh, there's the engine. 5 miles back there. Oh, there's another set of engines, and it goes out of sight.
Yeah.
All right. So, Shadow, I just put this up here for a second.
There we have it.
She left here this morning at 9:30 down here in California, and she's in Winnemucca right here just now. And so, she'll be up here about 9:30 to 10 o'clock tonight.
Is she doing that in one trip?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's an overnight one for me. I'd be camping out.
That's 793 miles.
How do you not fall asleep? How do you not? I mean, I.
All right. Here's the thing. From this point right here at Reno,
we're used to it, Mike.
Up to here is 80 miles an hour. From here up to here is 75 miles an hour. From here up to here is 80 miles an hour.
Hey,
miles,
Gil,
not kilometers.
Yeah,
Gil,
you're flying.
Gil, could you send her a text and see if she could pick up that annoying goddamn raccoon and take him to Idaho?
I'm on the other side of the country there, brother.
Other side.
Good luck. That is a 67-hour drive. Don't ask how I know.
Oh, boy. Yeah. All right. Peace, you guys. God bless. All right.
Later on.
God bless. Take care, Bob.
Yeah.
So Gil, you said she's coming.
I've actually made that trip without construction on the road. That's supposed to speed them at 80 miles an hour. I'm doing 87 and people are passing me. So the cop's not pulling me over. So I'm doing 7 miles over the speed limit. The Porsches and stuff are going, I'm going, block. That's it. Clear the road for me. Clear the road.
Keep those cops.
And I made it in 11 hours one time.
Hey, Gil, you said your wife is coming home. Wait, where is she considering home in Idaho or home in California? You gotta pick one soon.
Home is where I'm at.
Yeah, she better pick one soon.
Yeah. Well, yeah. She said she's already told us this summer we're both making multiple trips back and forth hauling stuff. So,
but you don't know which way yet.
No, we know it's coming up here.
No. All right.
We just got to get her to break her habit of living down there.
Yeah. 2 weeks ago was her. 17 days ago was her last day at work. So.
Oh, so she's actually done at work now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Tell her to start packing now.
So she's coming up here and she's going to spend. She was thinking 2 weeks. She thinks she's only going to be 10 days. She's got to go back down because of the problems with her mom, and then I'll be going down there in a couple of weeks after we get all the irrigation for the garden set up here. I'll go down there, bring a load of stuff up. She's got her car just packed solid. She actually bringing up her one of her sewing tables up here. She never goes anywhere. She's never sent that sewing table has gone with her wherever as long as we've been married, because I bought it for her on our first anniversary, and when we switch whatever house we've gone to, it goes wherever she goes. Well, she brought it up. She's bringing it up here.
That's a start.
So yeah. But yeah, that's So she's in Winnemucca, halfway between Winnemucca and a town called Battle Mountain, is the actual mileage halfway point.
That's insane.
Okay, guys, I'm going to shoot off because I've got to go to the store. Thanks, Shadow, for having us on the show. Nice talking to you all.
You're very welcome, dear
Chef,
love.
Jill, Mike, everybody.
See you, Daryl.
Always good. I've learned a few things as well. I hope I put my little bit in towards everything as well. But take care anyway. And remember, no fear, guys.
Cheers, Daryl.
No
Take
fear.
care.
I know Thor. I'll just have Thor come down and bring lightning.
Thor was just a demigod.
All right, I'll have Odin come down and bring lightning and thunder and rain and wind.
Another demigod. They're only half gods. They're not even real.
This could start a whole new conversation.
But the snowflake hippie freaks don't know that.
Well, they've been smoking too much crack.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, before I leave, it's funny we were talking about aliens and then the Anunnaki came. Anyway, God bless. Good night, guys. See you on Anunnaki. Take care, bro. See you later, boys and girls. Bye.
Take care, dear love.
Getting back to the original topic here.
How dare you?
How dare I?
So I don't remember.
If you have someone who is asking you, where do I start?
What, prepping?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tell them start by giving me about $100,000 and I'll help you.
No, start with a plan. Start with a plan.
Before you start with the plan, write down what you have. Do an inventory of you, your spouse, your family, skills, what you have in house already. Then from that, make your plan. Know where you're at. You don't want to start making a plan where you don't know where you're at. You got to have a starting point. So have them start. All right, what do you got? And talk all the stuff they have. And say, all right, what do you got food wise? How much food do you keep in the house all the time? What skills do you have? Do you have enough land where you can put a garden in? Like here in the United States, do you got a vacation cabin up in the mountains by a lake? Ooh, that's a good spot.
You just reminded me. I've not told you. I'll have a garden next month. I'm moving.
Yeah.
I got a house.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll actually be able to grow food. Woo.
And
you don't have not much of a garden now, right?
I have a concrete space this big, enough to fit wheelie bins in. That is it.
Oh, that's not much.
No.
So I hope you get a large garden this time.
It's a decent size. It's a temporary arrangement till I can find the land that I want, but it's garden backs out onto a river at the back of it that goes all the way around.
Oh, that's
So-
awesome.
Fishing.
Oh, not in that river. You'll be getting three-eyed Simpsons.
Oh,
fish
okay.
out of that one.
Oh, great. You're not even going to be using that water to water the garden then. Okay.
Oh, I've got a reverse osmosis. I can pinch a bit. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. This blonde zombie right here.
That looks like a local to that area. That's fine.
Yeah.
And where's it? Yeah. This is the guy that scares me the most. His neck's at a weird angle and he's still walking.
Yeah.
But just get him to start at the beginning and tell them baby steps. Unless they're rich. If they're buku rich, call me up and I'll come over and I'll set them all up. I'll do the whole contract thing and get them all set up.
So here's a point on that starting point. Obviously, we said what focus on truly matters, and we all said like family and stuff like that.
Yeah.
How do you convince them if they're not into it at all?
You got to make them think about it.
Mm.
Literally, if they don't want to think about it, it's not going to happen. So, and I had a friend like that. I'm like, so if the power went out for a week, what would you do? He's like, oh, I got a can of beans I can open. I'm like, and I couldn't talk to him about it. He just didn't want to hear it. So he's the one I'm like, okay, sorry. Then he's like, the infamous, I'll come to your house. We're not going down that road. We talk about that every time.
Yeah.
But if you can make them think about it, say, if the power went out for 4 days, you weren't allowed to leave the house. God forbid there's some kind of a lockdown and you're not allowed to leave the house. What do you got? What are you going to do? Think about it. Do you have some food, some water, something? Of course, then you got the ones that'll just run out and buy $1,000 worth of rice and beans and be like, I'm good. And we talked about that before. It's like, no, just get stuff to make it through a week. That's all you need. And then rotate through it. If they're willing to learn, that's the problem. If they're not willing to learn, you ain't going to teach them anything. You're just going to make them angry or they're just going to be like, well, I'm just coming to your house. I mean, that's
one of the things I found works good on that is use other real life examples and say, wow, did you hear about this? And poor people that, they're going to get them going, yeah, that was bad. Oh man, what would you do if that happened to you? You get them thinking along the lines that was bad for them.
Did you see what just happened to Spain and southern France and Portugal? Did you see that power outage for a couple of weeks there? No, I didn't hear about that. You might want to look that one up.
Yeah,
I find you capture their attention in that moment, and they're like, oh yeah, it's a great idea. Oh yeah, I'll do that sort of thing. But these are the same people that lived through it during the C-19 times, and then still went back to exactly how they were straight after.
Yeah, you can't teach everybody. You just got to pick and choose, and if they're willing to learn,
you just got to write some people off. Is that what we're saying?
What's that?
You just got to write some people off. Is that what we're saying?
Unfortunately, it's not the good ones you got to write off. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not the bad ones. You're going to write some good people off that have been fed too much BS, and they're the government's going to protect me, rather than the ones that are causing problems. But that's neither here nor there. If someone you really care about, you got to go slow and gentle to get them thinking. Once you get them thinking, then you can talk to them about something. But getting them thinking, just general thinking, is a hard part.
It's the ones that say,
you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Well, you got to get them to think they're thirsty so you can get them to drink.
It's the ones that say, I want to be a prepper. What do I need? At that moment, I wouldn't even waste my time, because most of them, they're looking for the quick one-off. I got $400 in the bank. What can I go buy so I'm prepared for the apocalypse? It doesnn't work like that. And
that's when you say, send me the check for $400 and I'll send you the list of the things you need.
Yeah. It's going to cost you. It cost you more in the long run, but I'll give you a money-back guarantee if the crap hits the fan and there's an apocalypse and no law enforcement. Yeah, okay. Good luck finding me to give me your money back.
But that's the thing is, someone says, I've seen all this stuff. You need to realize, crap, I need to do something. The best, easiest way to do that, if they're saying I need to do something, I realize my eyes are open. I realize I need to do something. Take an inventory of your pantry, your kitchen cupboards. How much food do you have? First thing, how much food do you have? And then once they write it all down, how many meals can you make out of that?
Oh, I think
that opens their eyes even more.
Yeah.
And then you say, all right, yeah, okay, now, so you got enough for 2 weeks. Fine. Add another week to it. And once they had that, okay, add another week to it. Now come up with menus so you don't get food fatigue. And they're going to go, what's food fatigue? Where you keep eating the same thing over and over again, and you get bored to death of it.
Yeah. Well, I think earlier on, DS said something about, he was talking to, the other prepper, about water and, canned goods and that. And I think that's what he was talking about. People in a crap at the fan, they have like a can of string beans and it's packed in water, and they dump the water out down the drain or in the ground. I'm like, what are you doing? My wife even knows that. I'm like, yeah, if I have to, all the water out of the canned vegetables goes in a pot. We boil that to make the rice. It'll absorb up all that nutrients and then throw the beans and stuff back in it. Oh, yeah. Drink it. You can drink it. It might be a little salty, but it's still water. It's got flavor to it, like beans or green beans or corn or something.
It's funny how many experts don't take that into account. I'm using the word expert very loosely.
Where's your air quotes? Come in the air quotes. Experts.
They don't take that into account when they say you need exactly this amount of water in little plastic bottles to survive each day. They don't take into account the amount of liquid you get eating. There's still water within that, and there's water within and nutrients within food and stuff, and it's never seemed to take that into account, because if you had to ration, right? You've got to reduce your water. But like I say, most of the canned goods are swimming in water, right?
All right, this is something I give people. All right,
that hotel menu is terrible.
No. And then you start adding some things to it until you get it all full. And so you have here, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Dark green separates, but you do it, you break it out, breakfast, lunch, everything else. So basically you got 28 days, and you start filling it out of what you have, what you can do with what you have. And if they can only fill it out that much, okay, now you need to go buy some stuff. So you can fill it out a little bit more until you can fill it out with a rotation like this. Now, the next thing to do is, after they have a 28-day meal plan, double it, but you can't repeat everything exactly the way it is. Change it up. Throw in something special. Throw in something special some night for that everyone wants, like ribeye steaks with potatoes and salad. Throw that in there once in a while. Throw some other stuff in there, and just that gets them in there. And all of a sudden, you can get people that were totally dead or totally just panicked, and now they can start doing something, and they can start working on it, and they can you get them slowly doing this and slowly working on it until they're set up where they're a little bit. You say, okay, cool. Now, what do you have for reading material? And they're gonna look at you like, huh? If the power's out for 3 weeks, what are you gonna do? Get some books. Oh, here's some interesting books to read too. And there are some great fiction novels that teach preparedness. They're not all about the bang bang shoot 'em up, Rambo stuff. They're about surviving situations, and you give them one of those books.
1 second after, change the way I prepped. Just reading that book. Have you heard the 1 second after?
I've heard it. I haven't read it. I got so many others that I've read. I'm reading some good ones. I know basically they're telling the story of families and stuff that decide to prep and what they do step by step to get ready for it. And some of it they're doing it before the disaster. Some of it they're trying to scrounge after the disaster.
Yeah.
I like the ones that talk before the disaster so they can get ready for it. They show what to do.
Yeah. Just mention on the food thing as well is what I learned from doing my videos and my own research recently is lots of preppers take into account meals. I think we held it up the other week where we were talking about the freeze dry meals, and it's only 200 calories.
Yeah.
So when you're planning them meals out, make sure it's a meal. Make sure it's something that's going to keep you going. Not I've got this can that says it's a meal. It's fine. That'll do.
It's a lot of food in there. It's a meal. It's got 210 calories.
Yeah.
And a ton of sugar, and all from sugar.
Yeah.
The thing that we have here, this is what we used to do just for normal. There's a grocery store called Albertsons. It's a chain associated with another store called Safeway. Anyways, they would have every couple of months, they'd have a 10 for 10 deal on the hamburger helper meals. And so you get a box, you can get 10 boxes for $10. You just got to add a pound of ground beef to it. Well, that was fine when it was me, my wife, and 3 little kids. When 3 little kids became teenagers, all of a sudden it's like this. One of these boxes is not cutting it for us, and so we wound up how to make it go farther by instead. And it comes with one cup of rice in the hamburger helper, we're going to add another cup of rice, and we're going to add a can of diced tomatoes.
Or corn.
And
I do that with rice-a-roni. Yeah.
So I had no idea what this is. So this is just like dried pasta meals, basically.
Yeah, hamburger helper is basically it's dried pasta in a box with a seasoned packet. So
and a whole bunch of different flavors.
Right. You cook your meat, you throw the packet in there, you add water, and then you add your noodles, but it's a lot of water. You add your noodles, you cover it, let it simmer for 20 minutes, and it's basically beefaroni.
Yeah, it's like a pasta bake sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, it's dry. You still need water, and you got to cook it. But yeah, and you can.
Cool.
My mom, I grew up on that stuff too. My mom would stretch 2 boxes with 1 pound of ground beef because that's what she needed to do.
So I mean, it comes like this. You got all the variety packs. Let's see if I can bring up the images of the variety packs here. Just all the different types. This is beef deluxe beef stroganoff. This one has you got crunchy taco, Philly cheesesteak, stroganoff, cheesy hash browns, pasta, beef pasta, double cheese macaroni, cheesy ranch burger, 4 cheese lasagna, potato stroganoff, and it goes on and on. And then there's a lot of sodium in them.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this just a filler, or is the nutritional value apart from the carbs, obviously?
Well, it's all right. Let's see if I can find the thing on the back.
Yeah, there's a lot of sodium in it. There's a lot of just we'll call them chemical ingredients now. There wasn't before, but there's a lot of stuff in there. Sure, it'll get you by. It tastes great, but the actual I really don't eat much. I make my own homemade. It's literally just ground beef noodles and cheese sauce.
Funnily enough, when I searched hamburger helper, obviously being based in the UK, all the listings at first were homemade. So it was telling them that because you can't buy it.
Probably because of the ingredients.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one that has the. Here, maybe. Come on, give me a big one here. Dang it, guy. Here we go. Okay, so this is 5 servings per container. So it says the package itself has 110 calories times 5. Prepared is 320 calories times 5. List the calories from the fat, and it goes down through and it lists it like that, and lists all the ingredients in it.
How much is it?
Huh?
How much does it cost you?
$1.
You don't want to see. I've just found some in the UK. Do you want to know how much?
How much?
Yeah, it's probably like $12.
£24.80.
What's that in American money? Like
nearly $30.
Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's for those transplant Americans that went over there and miss it. And
that's for one 158 gram serving.
Yep.
Yeah. And what this thing is, so as the kids grew up, and the crunchy taco was their favorite one, we'd add rice, and then we'd add some a can of diced tomatoes. Oh, let's throw in a can of black beans, and we just add to it. And the flavor packet was that. After a while, my wife figured out how to copy the flavor packets and make it a lot cheaper. And so we have a big old jar of crunchy taco mix, and we throw in 2 or 3 cups of rice, couple cans of this, couple cans of that, 2 pounds of hamburger, and we got enough for everybody to have for dinner and take some to school or work for lunch the next day.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something. You are full when you get done eating this.
You eat that amount of pasta and sauce, you're going to be full anyway, right?
The protein and the meat, hopefully.
Yeah.
I do. Have you guys heard of rice? Have you guys heard of rice-a-roni over there? It's basically a rice and pasta blend with a flavor packet.
Yeah.
And
that's usually a side dish. That's usually a side dish.
Well, mine's a meal because I'll cook my rice-a-roni. I'll throw a whole can of corn in there with the juice. I'll minus out the liquid from the water, and I'll throw in a chunked up raw chicken. I'll cook it as a meal.
Oh,
and I freeze dry that.
I can get that for £6.75. That's not as bad.
Jeez.
Yeah. The rice-a-roni has rice and little pasta pieces in it.
It's vermicelli broken. I used to make my own homemade. It's rice and vermicelli broken up really small. It gets fried in butter or oil until the vermicelli starts to brown. And then you add your water to it and your flavor packet and let it bring it to a boil, stir it once, put a lid on it, simmer 14 minutes. Yes, I have that recipe memorized because I've made it so much. And but I'll make my own. I mean, I'll just use chicken broth instead of their seasoned packet, and I'll throw in parsley flakes and whatever else. And I used to cook it by the ton when I was a chef at a corporate headquarters. Couldn't call it rice-a-roni. I just called it pasta rice. They knew what it was. And that was a side dish. And they were like, this is better than the stuff in the store. I'm like, I know, because I cooked it. It's not box garbage. It just tastes better.
And with this, there's hamburger helper, there's chicken helper, there's tuna helper.
Tuna helper, oh yeah.
Yeah, so there's all these different flavors. You go down the grocery store aisle, you got like 20 feet of pasta helpers.
Pick your meat. We got a box to mix it with.
You say hamburger helper. My instant thought went to some sort of Temu gadget that will build you a hamburger or something.
But this was I think it started in the late 60s, early 70s as, Mom, why waste so much time cooking all this stuff? Brown up your hamburger, then you add this, that to it, and the meal is done in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we've got similar stuff, but not. I've never seen the rice-a-roni type over here. I'm probably wrong, but personally,
they're considered a convenience food. All your flavors are there. You just have to do the work and cook it and add water, and that's it. So, other than that, make your own. It takes you a little longer, but probably better for you. Yeah,
and so some of them, if the good sealed packets last longer. Rice lasts practically forever. The dried pasta lasts practically forever.
Yeah, I learned the hard way with rice-a-roni. It sits on the shelf in the pantry. It's dark, it's cool, it's dry. But when that stuff starts to get old, because there's the little packet, it's a foil packed with the brown paper on the outside, and it's sealed up. Yeah. It goes bad. The rice and the other stuff starts to change its flavors. If my wife finds it on sale and buys like 40 boxes of it, I literally take those things, stick them in a seal meal bag, and I will suck the air out of them and leave the crushed up box in the seal meal bag. And it'll last probably another year or two beyond its date because there's no oxygen in there.
Yeah.
Now, to answer that one question, comment about you have no energy to make meals. That's where learning how to cook outdoors and use Dutch ovens, the old cast iron cookware. You can cook, get a small little fire going, and you can cook on it. You can boil the water. One of the things that I found out and did and corrected a lot of people on, they're going, oh, I can get one of these Jetboil backpacking stoves and stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, you can spend $60, $80, $90, $120 on one of those.
And you're only heating up 2 cups of water.
Or you go down to Wally World, you get the jumbo size briquette starter, take some angle brackets, split down this a couple inches on the angle brackets, bend them, and make a little clip that goes on top of it. You can put a pot on top of the charcoal starter, and you can put charcoal or wood in there. Basically, you made just an instant stove.
There's all sorts of methods as well. You've heard of the hair box method? Hair box. So it's like so it's like slow cooking, but it's packing it out with insulation, so it just slow cooks in itself. It uses its own heat. That way, you only have to heat it up initially quite quickly, and because you're then packing it in anything, you don't have to use hair. You could use different, you could use insulation or anything you wanted to pack that out, and then it slowly reduces the heat, so it'll cook over a longer period of time. And that's a good way to save fuel in SHTF as well.
Yeah. See if I can find something. I'm trying to find something here for you. There we go.
I'm still looking for an English version of rice-a-roni.
So I did a video. How many years ago was this? Hang on, let me go back. 5 years ago. the 2019 December, so 5.5 years ago, almost. And where's there? See if I can get this up here for you guys to see the what I did on it. Okay, so let me share this here for you. Present, share screen.
While you're just sharing the screen, Mel, the answer to that for the prepper meat, you can have fires, but they've got to be raised. So it's got to be a raised fire, not directly on the ground. Sorry.
Yeah. So this here is the charcoal starter.
Oh, I've seen these. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what I did to it was I set it up so you can't just put a frying pan on it because it chokes it off. So what I did was there's come on back a little bit. There's the angle brackets, and I cut it. And where is it cut? Jump around to. That's one way. Yeah, one way you could screw on the side. But what I did so I don't waste it, I went and took. There we go. I bent it and then I cut it, and so basically it goes on like that. So it just slips on it, 3 of them, and then when you or a pot or whatever. And that works. I mean, I cooked on that for a while, testing it out, and it works great.
All right. So you just creating a spacing for the air.
You create the spacing for the air to come up, and you can use sticks, you can do charcoal, you can use coal, whatever in there. And so that, and so basically with a handle on it, you can pick it, your fire up and move it wherever you need to move it to. And it's really simple and easy. And it's like, whoa. Some of the people that were spending for getting a jet boil were just spending, insane amounts of money for it. I don't know if you know what a jet boil is.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Yeah, jet boil stoves. Yeah. So you got the whole different, jet boil's gone whack off the end here with all these different ones here.
Price is through the roof for me though. But you can get some quite good.
Yeah.
Same, but not the brand.
Yeah. So they, other ones are coming out. These other ones are coming out. With generic versions of it, a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
But you got the ones. This unit folds up into itself. Two stove tops like that. The regular jet boils, $81. That one does not have the pezzo lighter on it. Oh, this one has the pezzo lighter on it. Oh, you're going to spend another $18 for the pezzo lighter. But yeah. And there's all sorts of different ones on that saying, oh, yeah, I'm going to get this and this and this. And it's like, no. Go to Walmart. I don't know what you have, cheap, you get one of these charcoal starters and you set it up and it's like, and they're like, wow, I do barbecuing all the time too. And it's like, yeah, you don't want to boil on the barbecue, but you want to boil water for your side dish while you're grilling your steaks or your fish, whatever on the barbecue. One of these works great to give you off the side there, and you don't have to use propane or the charcoal. You can use sticks, in there and get it going. Yeah, that makes some people. You show them how to do that, and if you have the skills to do it, you go over and help them do it. Their face when even though you helped them a lot, they're like, "Wow, this is cool! I made this," and you've empowered them, and now they're motivated to do more because they had a good result.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna bail here. It's about to start storming, and I got a whole bunch of stuff in the driveway. I got to get under cover. So, thank you, Joran, for having me on. Gil, talk to you.
You're
Mike,
very welcome.
See you all later. Have a great
Cheers.
night.
But yeah, I mean that's the simple basic stuff like this. Do it yourself. simple stuff. Save the money. Don't go spend the money on, name brand expensive stuff. If you can figure out how to do it cheaper and save money at it,
yeah,
you get them to do that, and then they feel a lot better about themselves. Oh, they don't feel like, okay, I just spent $400 on the stove. It's like, oh, I just spent $29 for all the parts, and I got this thing here, and it works.
It's a good idea, and I've seen that they're in all our shops at the moment. Like even our supermarkets all have the barbecue stuff in. They've always got them charcoal starters in there.
Yeah. And you can do the same thing with an old number 10 can.
Yeah.
You got to punch the holes in the bottom. You get some wire in the bottom to make a little gap so there's an air gap in there for it to go. You can put some sort of handles on it so you can pick it up without burning yourself. And you can really do it cheap. And for a beginner,
yeah,
for someone just being into prepping, that is such an ego boost for them.
Yeah, is it a hobo stove?
There's hobo stoves which are a little bit different, smaller and stuff, but yeah, the internal ones and stuff. At Scout Camp, everybody had to make a big one, the big one like this, cook at least one meal on it. That one meal turned into 3 or 4 meals because they thought it was so cool, and they didn't have to get the big fire going, and they could even if they cooked and they had all the coals, so they could just do their own little marshmallows and make their own little s'mores and stuff afterwards.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you can make some of those and work on them so that it puts out very little smoke.
Yeah, it's a concentrate. It's like it's your own little hex stove when you're using like a little can like that, like the hobo stove. But
yeah, I just saw the comment put out by Nicole. Yeah, the one two above that. I'm female means I'm a girl.
Doesn't that depend what state you're in?
Yeah, are you in the state of Idaho, or are you in the state of altered mind?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's getting someone to start off is sometimes it's gentle, sometimes that you just by your actions and them watching you, they'll come up to you sometimes and ask, okay, things are getting a little weird around here. You're one of those preppers, aren't you? And if you want to avoid the prepper thing, say, no, I'm a self-reliant person.
Yeah.
And because when I first started doing this back in the early 70s, there were no preppers. It was survivalists. And then, of course, the news and stuff goes, oh, the survivalists are crazy. They go out there with the guns and they start shooting everything up. No, that's not a survivalist. The guy didn't live. He did not survive. He was not a survivalist.
he broke rule number 1: don't die.
Yeah, he went out and he did suicide by cop.
Yeah.
But it's you just if they ask you about it, use the term I'm a self-reliant person. Yeah,
it's more acceptable, I suppose, if they're approached on that thing. But I mean, I'm on a campaign to try and make the word prepper less of a stigma.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that is is if you can get over the propaganda of mainstream media turning this into a fearmonger thing to generate ratings for themselves.
Yeah.
And if someone asks you about it, don't go, oh, have I got news for you? They go, whoa, too much information.
Yeah, hold your horses.
Yeah, baby steps. Give them like you're feeding a baby, a little spoon at a time, till they're okay. I can take more.
Yeah, leave the politics of it off to the side.
Yeah,
I'm a camel jockey with a cowboy hat and live in farms in Tennessee with them white boys running around with rifles and a Bible. Oh, I don't. This doesn't. That didn't probably hit you guys. But for me, having been back there in Tennessee and stuff, yeah, that's absolutely hilarious to me. It's an inside joke for here in the United States. Suburban Hillbilly. Hey, how's it going? But yeah, and that's the thing is, once someone says they're interested, you got to move slow. You want to give them everything. You want to just help them so bad, but you got to go slow. You got to restrain yourself.
Slow is fast, fast is slow.
We used to say, slow is fast, fast is no. But yeah. Good night, Chris. But yeah, it's
Hey,
Joran,
good to see you, brother.
Yeah, basics is basics. I mean, that's the thing that matters the most. Is focusing on what truly matters is the basics.
Yeah,
because if they have the basics, make a good foundation. If they have a strong foundation, or like Mr. Miyagi said, if the roots are strong, karate will survive.
Yeah.
And that's you got to give them a strong root and make them really enjoy it.
Yeah, make it fun. Definitely.
Yeah, fun.
Take care, Carolina.
I'm going to bounce as well, gentlemen. It's quarter to 11 here. So thank you for having me on ShadowScoutSwede. Anyone who joined from my side, thank you for joining. Make sure if you've not already that you go and subscribe to ShadowScoutSwede and GrayManPrepping. Both do regular lives, so you'll learn loads.
What time are you going live tomorrow?
What, for my fireside?
Yeah, what time is that at?
That's at 9 at our time. So
your time is 9, so it's 2:00 my time.
Yeah,
which is not Mountain Time in the U.S.
Right. Yeah. So that's that's our regular show. Sometimes it's at 8:30, but it's not that regular. But yeah, appreciate it, gents. I will see you in another one really soon. Thanks, guys.
I'll see you later, Mike.
Right, see you later, Mike.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, so for those that are still hanging around, I got 10 over on my side. I'm not sure how many you have on your side. Hang on, I can find out. Go over here.
I have 12 on my side.
Yeah. So I think we're pretty much preaching to the choir in here now. And the best thing we can tell the choir is tone it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can scare someone off who would be a really great person to have in your group by going hog wild. In the United States, we call it hog wild. You just need to, answer their questions, be polite. If they don't have questions, be an example. And if someone you really want to do it, either they're a relative or not, or just a good friend, give examples of how other people are dealing with stuff. Hey, did you see in the news those poor people over there where they had the hurricane came through and trying to deal with that, and some of them were dealing really good and some of them were really bad off, or the tornado or the fire or the power outage. Use something, or if you hear them talking about it, you kind of segue in off of what they're talking about. Say, well, what would you do if that happened to you?
Yeah.
That's the things you want to get them thinking, not forcing the thoughts in their head. Get them thinking to, all right, what would I do?
Yeah, and Anunaki says, here in the US, even in the Army, we always have 2 tabs in our group. Joker and Trigger Happy, they are a must-have.
Sometimes, if you have a group, for a survival group, sometimes the Joker, as long as it doesn't go overboard, can really ease everybody's tension at times.
Yeah.
At times. Sometimes you got to have the right person to rein him in. Say, now that's stepping over the line. Let's do something else. Calm that one down. Don't do that joke. That one's bad. And Nicole Ruse is in Texas. Hey, my sister's down there in Texas. And my cousin. And my nephew. And a bunch of other nephews. Yeah, I got a bunch of relatives that moved down to Texas.
She's in Arlington, Texas for baseball games.
Okay. Mel says it is a large thing. Is it a large thing in Sweden, Shadow Scout?
Depends on what she mean by that. What would be a large thing?
Prepping or what?
Yeah, it's a little bit cryptic.
It's Kaylin was saying there were tornadoes in Kentucky and Missouri last night.
Oh.
I know we almost had a power outage last night. There was an influx of the solar wind, and I can't even think of it. I can't even remember. Kaylin will probably type it in there. The PK scale was up into the hitting into the 6s and 7s. It reached a level 2 solar storm, and it was like, oh, she said prepping, yes.
Well, let's say at least 40% of the population are prepared or have some form of preparedness, and the rest of the population are not. So, but I think it has increased a little bit more. So, preppers is a kind of new term for us here in Sweden. So, some people, most of those who are prepared here, some of them call themselves for survivalists. Rather than preppers, but I prefer to call myself a prepper / survivalist.
Yeah. Oh shoot! Suburban Hillbilly put out 9 passed away in the Kentucky tornadoes last night.
Ouch.
Yeah, I would say population-wise here on the West Coast of the United States, being California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Nevada. I'll throw Arizona in there too. Population, I would say probably prepper-wise, 2%.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, or the ones that are actively doing something. Those that have more than 30 days of food in their house, probably 5%, but they're not preppers. They just, we got it on sale. They're the children or grandchildren of those that lived through the Depression and learned how to clip coupons and shop on sale, so they get in the habit of buying stuff when it's on sale.
Yeah.
Those with first aid training, 3-4%, our current first aid training.
Yeah.
It's but people that know about it, 95% know about Doomsday Prepper TV show, The Walking Dead, and all they know is what Hollywood throws at them, or the reality TV show throws at them.
Yeah. And if you say you are a prepper here in Sweden, most people would say you are a nutcase with a tinfoil hat. So
that's also what you need to tell. No. You're a prepper too, and now freak people out.
Yeah,
I've done 2 lives over the last 5 years called "You Might Be a Prepper If." I'm taking off the Jeff Foxworthy thing. You might be a redneck if, and it's like you might be a prepper if you have 40 days of food in the house. You might be a prepper if you have full insurance on your car and each other. You might be a prepper if you have medical insurance. You might be a prepper if, and just list all the things that people do that, oh, well, that's not being a prepper. You're prepared for something, aren't you? Why do you have car insurance? So I'm prepared in case I get in an accident. Bingo. Why do you have health insurance? So I'm prepared in case I get sick. I have something to take care of me. Bingo, you're a prepper. And you throw that at them, all of a sudden they're, but the news is just trying to create ratings by throwing out there.
Yeah. Then media has a tendency to blow up things, especially in news channels.
Yeah, they'll manufacture falsehoods out of a partial little bit of truth.
Yeah, and they blow up everything.
Yeah.
To be much larger than it really in reality is. So
we're gonna get the ratings. We're gonna say that this person was a nutcase prepper.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those, so anyone asks you, well, you're talking to someone and they ask, are you a prepper? Say, just like you are. That throws just about takes the winds out of anybody's argument of sales right off the bat. Well, what do you mean? Well, do you have car insurance? Do you have life insurance?
Yeah.
Go through all the insurances. Do you have 2 pairs of shoes? Why do you got 2 pairs of shoes? Both are for different things. Oh, okay. Why do you have how many pairs of clothes do you have? Why? Well, I might get some dirt. I might get stained, and so you're prepared where you have to have another change of clothing to be able to keep going to work.
Yeah, exactly. And my page has a good point. Prepping is survival insurance. Exactly.
I think I want to take it a little more basic. Prepping is on a different type. It's going to sound weird here. Prepping is life's insurance.
Yeah.
Living life. The Boy Scouts came out, had their motto is be prepared. They came out with a a motto type, whatever, and it had a patch where it says prepared for life.
Yeah.
Prepped for life. So yeah. Well, what about a super volcano like Yellowstone? If you understand science, you know that Yellowstone is not going to go kaboom. Yellowstone is past that point because you look at the molten lava, the fields have shifted and moved beyond it, farther into Montana. Everyone says, when the last time Yellowstone had a major eruption, it covered ash over this area here. They found out that no, it was only half that area. That big area was from the one in California called the Long Valley Caldera. And the winds were blowing at the right time. Super volcanoes are devastating for those right next to them.
Yeah.
But how often is there a super volcano? I think I can count 8 throughout history.
You're probably correct about that.
Because usually, bigger than Yellowstone and the Long Valley Caldera and Krakatoa all put together was in Russia, and it didn't pop like a cork. It oozed like a stepped-on piece of a tube of toothpaste for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It's the Siberian lava flows up there.
Yeah.
That was big, huge, but it oozed. Yeah.
The only
The last
thing,
time from
that,
California caldera over 3.5. Nope. Nope. The last eruption from the California, the Long Valley caldera, 650 years ago. It wasn't a big one. It was and it did for and it was like a year long. Poop. Yeah, Caitlin has it right. Caitlin has it right there.
Yeah.
Yellowstone, it just dips and farts, and yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that a volcano in Yellowstone size should pop, basically explode. That is if you send a nuke down there and
yeah. It's to get it to explode, you're gonna have to plug up all the vents in the Yellowstone.
Oh yeah.
And give it 100 years to build pressure.
Yeah.
Because Yellowstone goes, it's going up. Yeah, well, 5 years ago it was going down. It goes up and it goes down as it heats and fluctuates. You have a really bad winter there in Yellowstone. What happens? The next 2 years, it's going up. Why? Because you got all that moisture has gone down in there, and you got steam pockets that are expanding. Yeah, I did a long time study on Yellowstone with some geologist friends, and when you mention Yellowstone to them, they just start snickering because everyone says, "Oh, it's going to explode," and the geologists are just snickering about it. Yes, Lewis. Yes, Lewis. But Canada hates it worse because the wind 90% of the time is blowing from Yellowstone up into Canada.
Yeah. Yeah, that is slow.
Oh, Utah Mike has a good question there. What are the lava flows in Idaho from? Okay, we're running history here. Okay, we're getting over time real quick here. So the chamber, the magma chamber under Yellowstone wasn't always under Yellowstone. You can follow it back towards California, and all the volcanoes and stuff throughout central and southern Idaho, and it came back and over in Northern California into Oregon, and they can track where it went, where it blew, where it went, and that's where it was. Most of it was like that. There were a couple other big booms, not quite as big as Yellowstone, that around Twin Falls area and a little bit north. But yeah, it's moved from place to place to place, and is more like the Russian Siberian flows, where it just flowed and flowed and flowed, and then blocked off rivers and stuff, and yeah.
Yeah. And I
The
believe
mud pots would also the mud pots would also have to be plugged. Not only the ones in Yellowstone, but the ones in DC and in California.
And I believe you have your live stream in 2 hours, as usual.
And in 2 hours. Tonight's live stream is part of the Exploring Events series, and this one is after the U.S. economy collapses, what are your plans? And for those of you not in America, after the U.S. economy collapses, what is your country's plans? Because if our country has a major economy collapse, dominoes are falling all over the world.
Yeah, because the dollar controls the other currencies.
Yep. All right. I guess we're going to wrap it up here then, aren't we?
Yeah, we wrap things up now. Thank you, Gil, for popping up as usual.
Yeah. I'm gonna step out real quick because I got a bunch more cleaning to do before the wife gets here. So
yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah, those that are interested. So in about an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 50 minutes, I'll be going live over here on GrayManPrepping. See you guys later.
See you, Gil. thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys next week on Saturday, same time, same channel. I hope you guys have a great day, great evening, great night, and sweet dreams if you are going to bed and get some sleep. And take care, stay safe, be part of the solution, not the problem. God bless. And we are out.